doing marvelous things. Everything written about you. Yeah.
I love you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. I love you. Oh, I thank you, Jesus. God, you are merciful. You are kind. I love you. Take all the glory, take all the honor. Mercy is your name.
This is the multiple award-winning gospel artist Isabella with her brand new album, You Are My Passion, featuring hit singles, Jesus Is Here.
Ghana betu bono.
So that when he looks at you, he will forever remember, even when you're in the kitchen making the banquet, the man will still see the goddess. Do you agree with me? I can't hear you. Do you agree with me? You know, I figured if we're waiting, I might as well give a nice inspiration to the women that are here. You know, we want to thank all our guests for coming. Thanks for gracing us with your presence. Thank you for coming to be part of us, to celebrate. We do say it's Ghanaian women, but we're celebrating women. Women from all walks of life. So welcome and thank you. My name is Anna Edu. I am your MC for this afternoon. You see how I'm doing it? You see how I'm doing it? This is exactly how we have to do it this weekend. You know, the walk must change, the style must change. Then on Monday we can go back to reality. But What can I say about us women? We women are a gift to humanity. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. I've been a women's advocate for more than 20 years. I've been a women's advocate not because I went to school for a degree or for a master's, but I have been a women's advocate from experience. Experience of pain, experience of sorrow, experience of joy, experience of success in whatever I choose to do. I've always found it necessary to present myself as an advocate to women. Why? Why? Because our story is not told. Our story is not shown in high places. There are so few of us in high places that our young ones don't have anybody to look up to, who they want to be like. I came to Canada when I was 18 years old. I had a good life in Ghana. I didn't grow up poor. I grew up well, let's just put it that way. Every woman I saw was the person I wanted to be. The doctor, the lawyer, the market woman, the kinky seller, the fish seller, the mother who was even on the street hungry, but still giving joy and hope to her children. Every woman I saw was the woman I wanted to be, and there my confidence was born. My confidence wasn't born from the classroom. My confidence was born just seeing my own. So every step I took showed me what I wanted to be when I grew up. Then I came to Canada at 18 years old. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. It was so difficult. I didn't understand. You know how it is growing up in Ghana? We don't know racism. You know, we don't know racism. Well, you know, we know racism amongst ourselves, but not the black and white racism or the foreigner racism and all that. Then I came to Canada, and let's just say it's been 34 years of learning and doing and falling and rising and being inspired and me inspiring. So why is such a thing important, such an event important? An event such as this is important because our young ones have to see themselves and who they want to be in the future. Our young ones have to see that their own people, they too belong in high places. Our young ones have to understand that power belongs to them, just as it belongs to everybody else. And we're talking about effective power, not just any power. We're talking about power that does work, power that brings good things to reality. And so let's give ourselves a big round of applause, women. And in my journey as a women's advocate, one of the things I've discovered is how much power we have as women and how much we don't know it. How much power we have as women and how much we don't know it. And so we walk around excusing bad behavior. We walk around accepting abuse. We walk around being talked to anyhow and accepting it. We walk around minimizing ourselves so that others can come up. I have a message for us today. A woman minimizing herself so that a man she's with can come up, you're not helping the man. I don't know what makes us think that us minimizing ourselves is helping the man that we're with. We're not helping the man. And when our children, we're talking gender-based violence now, when our children see us being abused, being talked to anyhow, being stepped upon anyhow, guess what we're teaching them? We're teaching them that it is okay to be abused and used and being looked over. We're teaching our sons when we allow men to talk to us anyhow, to treat us anyhow, we are teaching our boys that behavior is okay. So they will go on and continue that game of abusing women, beating up women, talking to women anyhow, undermining women's power. What the men forget is when you encourage the woman and she does well, she brings it home to you and your children. From there, she takes it to community. And then from there, she takes it to the world. And so, for both men and women here today, my message to us is, I will ask on behalf of us women that support us. Support us when we dream big. Support us when we say we want to go bigger than what society says we should be. That's the message I want to give to the men. Please, don't feel threatened by the good that we want to do. Because when we want to do good, when we want to go into a powerful place, we're not going there so we can come and beat you up. No, that's not what our plan is. Our plan is, I'm going to go out there, do something big, come and encourage my family, and then encourage the world. So men, please, support us. Encourage us. Talk to your men friends who talk about how they beat their wife and how they insulted their wife, and because she came from Africa, she thinks she's too much. If we wanted to stay minimal, maybe we would have stayed where we were. But no, we came here so that we could do better. And to the women, look at how beautiful you all look. That's why I'm saying this whole weekend should be a fashion show by itself. You know, look at how beautiful we are. And that's just our physical beauty. We haven't talked about the inner beauty. We haven't talked about the mind. We haven't talked about the spirit and what we can do. So let's rise. Let's rise so that our young daughters know they have to rise. Let's rise so that our sons can be proud and say, that's my mom right there. Let's rise so that society can be better because we came here. And so women, today is our day. Well, this whole weekend. It's our weekend. So let's practice our stride. Let's practice our fashion. Let's practice our glamour. There is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. So let's not minimize ourselves. What do you think about that? You know, a lot of times when I sit down with a woman and she's been abused, and I listen to her and she cries. And she talks about the pain that she has endured. And funny thing is, 9 out of 10 times, she talks about how much she loves her husband. I've come across very few women who are being abused who say they don't want their husband, Seriously. A lot of women do not want to leave their marriage. A lot of women do not want to be separated from the family. And as she cries, she forgets her pain and says, I wish he would just stop. But sometimes he just doesn't stop. Because why? He's feeling powerful because he's abusing her. Ladies, like I said, it's not helping them and it's not helping us. Sometimes you may have to separate for a while so you both can breathe. Because your soul doesn't have to die so that he lives because he became powerful. And sometimes you can't tell the woman to leave. You can only listen and listen and listen and hope that one day he will stop. Or hope that one day she will leave so that the children don't think that trauma, abuse, mental health issues is normal. Trust me, I have seen those who walked away and they're doing better. They're doing better. And even the men sometimes do better because now they're not waking up wanting to pounce on somebody's child that has been raised to become somebody. And so let's all do our work as women and men to quit gender-based violence, to cut it out so that our children, our wives, our mothers, our sisters, our children's children don't have to continue the cycle of abuse. Do you know that sometimes the cycle of abuse is a continual thing? It's a generational thing. We can't do that. So today, let's celebrate each other. Let's remember that we are God's gift to humanity. Let's remember that wherever we go, we bring a sense of pride. We bring a sense of joy. And let's keep it in the back and in the front of our minds that gender-based violence is a no-no. Please, let's not tell our sister to sit there and be killed one day. That means when our sister is killed one day, that means our brother is going to jail. Now we've both lost. Is that what we want? No. So I hope we're all inspired this afternoon. I know I'm inspired for what is coming. Hopefully we'll start soon. Hopefully we'll start soon and we'll have a marvelous afternoon. Is everybody coming to the banquet tomorrow? Raise your hands. I want to see the whole room, Because it has to be successful. It has to be beautiful, no? It has to be beautiful. Today is going to be a lot of talk. Tomorrow, you know how that goes. Let's not be afraid of that either. So I don't see why you would come today and you won't come tomorrow when there's food and dance and, what was that? What did he say? Lots of nice people dressed well. Dress well, sisters, dress well. Go to the bottom of the suitcase. Don't hit up Walmart. Go into the closet. It's all there. You and I know that it's there. And let's come together and enjoy ourselves. So we're still waiting for the second lady. So once she gets here, tickets for tomorrow's event. Actually, let me find out about that so that anybody that hasn't bought their ticket, why miss the opportunity? I'll be back. And if you have any questions for me, this is the time to ask the questions. Because once the lady gets here, it's straight. We want to make it quick and sharp, considering we're starting late. So I'll check on the tickets and be back.
Are you a web creator? Get ready to up your WordPress game with Elementor, an award-winning website builder. Elementor is the leading website builder which allows you to create WordPress websites visually without writing a single line of code. Intuitively edit and customize your websites in real time, just the way you want. Over 90 powerful built-in widgets empower you to create WordPress websites more fluidly. Every website you create with Elementor is fully responsive, so it looks amazing on any device. Instantly add any website element you need, including fully customizable and powerful built-in forms, brilliant pop-ups implementation, and gorgeous, comprehensive product pages. Yep, Elementor has all the good stuff already built in. Don't feel like starting from scratch? Choose from over 90 exclusive kits created to help you launch websites faster. Join millions of web creators and start building with Elementor. Create websites. Design your future. Elementor. Try it now for free.
This is Webflow. Meet the design tool from the future, the most powerful visual coding.
Sell online and grow your business with Wix e-commerce. Create a beautiful storefront for your brand by customizing product pages, galleries, cart, and checkout. Then let shoppers pay however they like. Reach new shoppers on social media and marketplaces and engage existing customers with subscriptions, gift cards, and loyalty programs. Set up automated abandoned cart recovery to entice customers to complete their purchase. Fulfill orders and manage inventory from a single dashboard for all sales channels. Make insightful business decisions based on detailed traffic, sales, and revenue reports. Run high-performing marketing campaigns with built-in Facebook and Instagram ads that
Once again, thank you for honoring us with your presence at the GCAO Women's Conference. This is our first, and we know we will not stop. We will continue to improve it, to work on it, and to make it better. So, at this time, what we're going to do is start with our opening prayer with Madam Adriana Hammond. Madam Adriana Hammond, is she here? And if we can get everybody to come to the front, please. Let's not, please, we need everybody to come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Madam Adriana Hammond with another round of applause.
Amen. Amen, amen, amen. We approach the throne of glory with a song. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. You are wonderful. You are worthy, O Lord. 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 We are praying, beloved. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We praise your holy name, Lord. We are in awe of your goodness. We are in awe of your greatness. We are forever in awe because you are the great one. Without you, nothing is done. Without you, anything or nothing exists. We thank you for this blessed day. We thank you for your glory. We thank you that you have chosen us to be before you. Lord, we are not perfect, as you know. And therefore, we ask for forgiveness for anything that we have done that is not in your kingdom. Heavenly Father, we ask for your forgiveness for anything we are not even aware of doing. We come to you with open heart. We come to you because you are the only one who can forgive. We call on you this afternoon, Lord, to take your place as the chair of this conference. We cannot do anything without you, and therefore we come down, we come before you, and we ask you to take your place as the head of this conference. We leave every facet of this conference in your hand, from the speakers to the helpers, to the volunteers. Lord, we are doing this because of our youth, because of our one day, because of our future. And for that, we ask you to own it, to be present in it, to be here before us so that we know that you are present in us. Lord, we put our entire community in your hands. The leaders, the kings, and the women within the community. Lord, it's the Women's Conference. It is a women's conference because we recognize that we as women, we have a role to play within our community. And for that, we ask you to take hold of us, to guide us, to be present in our everyday encounters with one another and with the world. Lord, we put special care on our guest speaker today. It was not an easy feat, as you are aware. We are thankful that you have brought her to us, and therefore we will be grateful for whatever she has to share. But before that, she's a woman, she's a wife, she's a mother, and for that we ask for special care in her, that wherever she goes while she's here, Lord, be with her, guide her, protect her. Lord, we bring our community before you. We bring Ghana before you. We bring Canada before you. Lord, we bring the whole world as a whole before you. That without you, nothing is able. Without you, we are not here. Lord, we condemn any spirit or any principality that has chosen to rise against this conference or anything to do with this conference. We condemn them in Jesus' name. We ask that anybody that has sacrificed their time, their effort, their strength into this conference, we put them in your hands. Wherever they have lost, Lord, fulfill it in Jesus' name. When all this is done, Holy Father, we know that it is you that has brought us this far. It is you that has brought us to where we are, and it is you that will lead us to where we need to be. We give you glory, Jesus. In Jesus' mighty name, we thank you. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. Thank you.
Thank you. A stronger round of applause for those powerful prayers on us all that are here today. We will now call on Hajia Adiza Ahmed for the Islamic prayer. Hajia Adiza Ahmed for the Islamic prayer. Is she here? And we need everybody to please sit down. And we will call on Miss Billie Jane Bolton Rojo to come. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I thought that as well.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. All right, so Miss Billie Jane, if you can please come up and do the land acknowledgments for us.
Greetings, everyone. As Africans living in the Greater Toronto Area, we wish to acknowledge the land on which we live, work, and study. For thousands of years, this land has been the traditional and ancestral lands of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, the Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River First Nation. Today, we acknowledge that this land is still the home of many Indigenous peoples from Turtle Island. And as Africans, we acknowledge that these historical caretakers of the land on which we have been privileged to live were displaced. Their lands were stolen from them through the same colonization that enslaved our African ancestors. So today, as we acknowledge this land and the indigenous people of this land, we also acknowledge our African ancestors who were stolen from their ancestral homelands on the African continent and were forcibly resettled to the Americas and the ancestral lands of the Caribs and Araks in island nations for exploitation of their natural resources through our enslaved labor. Though we have survived all this, as Black peoples of African descent, we continue to bear the impact of historical colonization and neo-colonization, and we acknowledge that this dispossession and oppression has continued in globalization and continues to impact all areas of Black life. So today, as we stand in solidarity with the Indigenous peoples of Canada, we also honor the worth of our African ancestors, the lives of fellow Africans on the continent, and the resilience of all people of African descent in the diaspora. Medasi. Thank you.
Powerful. Let's give her another solid round of applause. And ourselves. All right. So, yes, and let's give Miss Harriet a round of applause for doing her research to write what has been read to us at this time. We continue to wait for our guest of honor. So at this time, we would ask that you give us a beautiful song to relax us some more as we wait. If you can pause for a moment, once again, for us to inspire. I love inspiring, I love inspiration. And so at this time, I'm going to read us a poem, something to uplift us, something to tell us that we're fearless, that we're here as women, and that we will continue to rise. And it's a poem by Maya Angelou called Still I Rise. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still I'll rise. And that is something we do every day as women through thick and thin. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides. Just like hopes springing high, still I rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Does my haughtiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard, 'cause I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the hearts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling. I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. Women, we rise. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for rising no matter what we go through. Let's continue to be our own strength. Let's continue to be each other's strength. Let's continue to be the wind under each other's wing. Because nobody, absolutely nobody, does it alone. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. By the time we leave here today, we would have applauded ourselves so much, there'll be nothing left to clap for. All right, so we continue to wait, but in the meantime, just to give us a bit of background, this is our first women's conference. We've been going at this GCAO for the longest time, Ghana Union, Ghana Canadian Association of Ontario, and through it all, it is individuals who sacrifice their time, their energy, their money to make it work. You know, in a community, it is people who build the community. When you leave your community to be built by somebody, that is the result of slavery. I would say we fell asleep at the table. And so our beauty, we were told our beauty was wrong. Our color was bad, so we were bleaching ourselves. Our hair was too kinky, so we were stretching our hair. Remember the stretching comb? Remember the stretching comb? We used to put it in fire, coal pots, and put it on our hair and get burned. Remember? We were told, remember, when you tried to speak our language, we laughed at you. We are vernacular. And the way we said it, it had such a negative impact. And if you didn't speak English, you were called a bush girl or a bush boy. What else? Pardon, a villager. You know, our natural medicines, our herbs and all of that. We used to laugh at you if you tried it. What does he know? That man sitting in that village, what does he know? You have to take the capsule. I was on TikTok the other day, somebody said, anything that is beautiful is white. When you see a fat chicken, abrofun koko. When you see almond, abrofun katie. Everything is abrofun. But the minute you say black market, it has everything to do with black people. You know, so because we haven't been proactive in doing what we do, and if we continue to not be proactive, those stories will continue to live on. But we can't continue to let it live on. It's impossible. The reason it's impossible is that life is a hand-go, hand-come thing. So we have to tell our story so that it balances or speaks the truth so that our children the children that are coming up will understand that Africa is not a something whole, as Donald Trump called us. We have to wake up and do what we need to do. Each one of us can be instrumental in a child's life, in making a difference. Each one of us can pick a cause and champion that cause. We don't have to. I remember how they used to say when you're going to church and you meet a white person, you've met Jesus, go back home. I don't know where that thought came from, but we need to change that. It has to change. And it will only change if we participate in things that are beautiful, in things that are honorable, in things that speak well about our countries and our people. Each one of us is responsible for this, for changing the narrative, for making it something worthwhile to talk about. We're just going to have to wait. So, Mr. DJ, I think you'll bless us with a song at this time.
Mama Samira, happy birthday to you. Muna Samira ta karo shekaru. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Second lady, Mama Samira, happy birthday to you. Muna Samira ta karo shekaru. Second lady, Mama Samira, happy birthday to you.
Can we all stand to welcome our special guest? We're celebrating her as a Women's Day, please.
Mama Samira, happy birthday to you.
so much. Please have a seat. This afternoon, indeed, is a beautiful afternoon to honor us women, the work we do, what we put here on earth to make it a beautiful place. I know I've been excited, looking forward to this afternoon and to hear the cultural music, the movement of the women, the beauty of our women. This is what we represent to humanity. And so this afternoon, I pray that as women that are here will understand that we are God's gift to humanity. As such, we must recognize our worth, we must recognize our beauty, and we must recognize our contribution to society. We want to say thank you to our second lady for agreeing to join us. It is always nice when our people in high places join us. And so thank you, lady. We appreciate you. Thank you. Yes. Let's make the clap a little louder so that she can remember us when she goes home. All right. So at this point, we would call on Hajia Adisa Ahmed to give us the Islamic prayer, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I want to say a good afternoon to Her Excellency, the Second Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Hajia SAMIRA BAWUMIA. Alhamdulillah, nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. Man yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu ومن يضلل فلا هادي له ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله لا شريك له ونشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. On behalf of the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario's Women's Wing, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome Hajia SAMIRA BAWUMIA to Canada. We seek for the guidance, wisdom, and presence of the Almighty Allah from the commencement of this program through to the end of this program. We ask Allah to help us gain the benefits of being here together, inshallah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanirrahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal lazina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And at this time, we would let's all stand for both the national anthem of Ghana and Canada, please. standing for there's our own local language national song that we always forget to put into it, and I will always remember to put into it. So join me with our beautiful voices and our loud voices to honor our mother, Ghana. Yenara assassini eyabo dindi mayen mujana na nanum shegu nyadeto ho mayen edume ne wonsoso seyebe ye biatwaso nimde twaso kutu krani ya pese minkuminya ediyembre mu doma ya sasemu do atumse Omano sebeye yo, omano serenye yo, eya sem da hose, omanfo bra netre. Omano sebeye yo, omano serenye yo, eya mre da hose, omanfo bra netre. Thank you very much. Let's have a seat. This song always gives me goosebumps, especially the part that says, Omano sebeye yo, omano senye ya, ninyina ejina yeso. Eti mumi enkoso, na yemmo ye homoden Ghana for, se ewo Ghana, se ewo US, biara ye wo bia no yenkan hunu say, let's remember that Ghana's well-being doesn't only depend on government. Depends on each one of us and the role that we play wherever we are. So when you go and you sing the national anthem in English, let's remember those ones in the local languages, and for our own souls and for our own spirits, sing it to uplift us. Thank you very much. At this point, I will call on Ms. Juliet to acknowledge the dignitaries and invited guests.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here today with celebrating this Women Conference with all of you. On behalf of the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, I would like to welcome all of you to this great conference. Our hope and dream is for this to continue, to be able to empower our girls to become strong leaders one day here in the diaspora. So on behalf of the Ghanaian Canadian Association Women Ring, I would like to welcome all of you, our distinguished guests. I would like to welcome the Consul General, who's not in our midst today, but being represented by Mr. Akwa today. Also, His Excellency, Mr. Aslam Soa, our High Commissioner, for being here and gracing this occasion, and for his leadership. He's been instrumental in changing the way people look at us as Ghanaians, and I'm so proud and honored to have him here with us today. Of course, I would like to, the lady of the hour, Her Excellency, Ms. BAWUMIA, for gracing, Mrs. BAWUMIA, for gracing this occasion. You've been an inspiration to all of us Ghanaian women, especially myself. You have changed the game for all of us as women, and I'm so proud to have you here to represent the Ghanaian women and to work with us as a leader, to continue to work with us for us to showcase our leadership to our girls, because I know that we have a lot of men leadership, but when it comes to female, we're lacking. So I'm so thankful that you're here to continue to do that work with us. And I hope, like Ms. Anna said, this is a work for all of us, it's cut up for all of us to work together to showcase what we can do as women, because if you raise a strong woman, it can change the whole nation. So I'd like to thank, of course, all the association, all the Queen Mothers that are here representing us, all the Zumunta community for always being supportive every time we call for you guys to come in. We're very grateful. All the different associations from Ghana, from West, South, North, West, Central, everybody, we're glad you're here, and we hope that this will continue. It won't be just today, it will continue to happen every year where we can continue to encourage our guests. I'd like to, of course, thank Father Kosa. This is a special thanks for him because he's been an instrumental leader in terms of every time we call him, he's there to support the community. So everyone, if I don't mention your name, please forgive me because of time, but I'm glad we're all here, and I'm glad we're working together to raise our girls to be strong women and to continue to do the work that we're put on this earth to be, which is to be kind and generous in everything we do to better our society and humanity. Thank you so much.
Did I hear her say she hopes this will continue? There's no such thing as we hope. We're here. We started the journey. There is no such thing as we hope. It's like taking one step. Instead of going for it, you're telling yourself, maybe I'll get there. We will continue this journey. We will continue to uplift our women. We will continue to sing the praises of our women so that life itself will join us as we lift ourselves and as we lift others to be part of our community. So let's give Juliet a big round of applause for all the work that she does. She sacrifices so much and she works so hard. We thank you. At this time, we'll call on Miss Claudette Opoku Echampo to come and give us an address, a solidarity address. Thank you. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Your Excellency, Mrs. Samira BAWUMIA, Second Lady of the Republic of Ghana. Your Excellency, Mr. Anselm Soa, Ghana's High Commissioner to Canada. Honorable Charmaine Williams, Associate Minister of Women's Social and Economic Opportunity, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished community leaders, ladies and gentlemen present. I bring you greetings on behalf of the Alliance of Ghanaian Canadian Associations, AGCA, and on behalf of the Ghanaian Canadian community in Fort McMurray, Alberta. AGCA is a national partnership of various Ghanaian Canadian associations across the nation. Our mission is to foster collaboration among member associations and stakeholders for the socioeconomic advancement and well-being of our communities. On October 30, 2021, I stood in this very auditorium for the historical inauguration of the AGCA. It is therefore an honor to return in solidarity to this vibrant and industrious community. This is a prime example of the networks and meaningful engagement envisioned by the dedicated and visionary leaders credited with AGCA's formation. Today's theme, Igniting the Ghanaian Canadian Diaspora Dream, the Role of Women, calls for deep reflection. It begs the question, what is the Ghanaian Canadian diaspora dream? What is my dream? I dream of a strong network of highly skilled and talented individuals actively contributing to the development of Ghana and Canada. I dream of a united community supporting all our children to excel in their chosen endeavors. I dream of a community with a deep appreciation of the determinants of health that pool resources to promote health equity. To borrow from the definition of health, I dream of a community in a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. I have many dreams, and I believe I'm correct in stating that our dreams are intertwined. As women, we are key players in achieving these dreams. We play a vital role in challenging inequities, developing solutions, creating networks, leading and driving positive change. It is my hope that this conference ends in a call to action which would be heeded across the nation. To the leaders of the GCAO and all the dedicated volunteers who worked hard to put this event together, I doff my hat to you. May the fruits of your tireless efforts resonate across Ghana and Canada. Thank you for your kind attention. Minda Nyefeshi.
Let's give her a stronger round of applause. So what I love about today is that we're displaying the talents we have in our community. And every community needs to know their talents, the kind of people that they have in the community. Why? Because what that does, it gives us hope. It gives us respect. It tells us that we are doing something good, that we're of quality. And so that is what today's program is displaying. And let's give the organizers a round of applause. It's not an easy job doing this. We all do it on a volunteer basis, but we are glad that we're able to do it because, like I said before, if we don't play a role in our own story, we know what the end result is. We've seen it and we continue to see it. So there is no hoping that we'll go forward. We are going forward. Thank you. At this time, we would call on
Okay, sorry about that. I would like to now call on our next speaker for some brief remarks. He's no stranger to most of us gathered here today, and he actively engages with our community on a regular basis. He's a loving father, a distinguished and accomplished gentleman with extensive experience leading and growing all sectors of businesses into dynamic and progressive organizations. He's a barrister at law and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana and holds a Bachelor of Arts degree with honors in English and philosophy from the University of Ghana. He has held various management positions with Ghana Commercial Bank London, Ghana International Bank PLC London, and GCB Bank Limited, Ghana. He's credited with the creation of GCB Capital Limited as an investment banking arm, the launch of G-Money digital banking platform, and for supporting the development of new correspondent banking relationships throughout West Africa, among other achievements. In 2020, he was awarded as an honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana and served as the chairman of the Ghana Stock Exchange. On 19th August 2021, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, appointed our speaker as Ghana's High Commissioner to Canada. He has been serving in this capacity since December 2nd, 2021. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Anselm Soa to share some brief remarks.
Your Excellency, Mrs. SAMIRA BAWUMIA, Second Lady of the Republic of Ghana, panel members, members of the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply humbled by your invitation to join this event being held in honor of women. African women have contributed in diverse ways to the development of the African continent and the international community. This event could not have been better held without your eminent presence, Your Excellency. And I take this opportunity to officially welcome you and your delegation to Canada. I introduce you as a woman who has broken a lot of barriers and is a great example of how young women can partake in and shape the future of politics in Ghana and Africa. In May 2022, you received the Ghanaian Women Association of Georgia Global Humanitarian Award in the USA for interventions in maternal and child health, women empowerment, and education in Ghana. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, there are many women achievers amongst the Ghanaian Canadian diaspora, some of whom we are privileged to have with us today. They have excelled in various fields of expertise, such as university lecturers, public policy analysts, banking executives, legal personalities, business executives, amongst others. I take this opportunity to commend Ghanaian women for always being at the forefront of societal development. Ghanaian women have keenly supported the education of their children, both boys and girls. We have female vice-chancellors in three of our major universities, female chief executives of public agencies, increasing female representation in parliament, and more. The future for women can only be brighter. As the African saying goes, if you educate a boy, you train a man. But if you educate a girl, you train a village. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the government of His Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, must be commended for promoting and sustaining free education at the secondary level, where many young girls drop out of school for lack of funds, as well as the peculiar challenges which confront young women. The policy has therefore made it possible for both boys and girls to rise through secondary school education to the tertiary level, where they either continue at the universities or vocational training institutions in Ghana. However, there is more work to do. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I commend and express my sincerest gratitude to everyone who has contributed, sacrificed, and made it possible for the women in our community to achieve the heights they occupy today in Canada. I encourage them to aspire to greater heights. I conclude with an appreciation expressed to the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario for making it possible to celebrate and honor women achievers who also serve as a beacon of light to young women in our community. I express my appreciation to the association for putting this program together, and I thank the Second Lady for honoring the program with her presence. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
I think we should give our High Commissioner a bigger round of applause. Like I told you all, this whole weekend should be about us. When we're praised, we should acknowledge that we have been praised. So let's give him another round of applause. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate your words. So at this time, we will call on Ms. Maud Cole, the president of the Women's Wing, who has worked tirelessly to come and speak to us. Let's give her a bigger round of applause. She has worked extremely hard.
Thank you, Miss Anna. Thank you, everyone. You're all welcome. Your Excellency, Mrs. SAMIRA BAWUMIA, I can't tell you how thrilled I am that you accepted our invitation to come and join us in our maiden annual conference. Thank you so much. So, Your Excellency Anselm Soa, we also thank you that you are always with us, and whenever we call upon you, I know you are in Ottawa, but you just come in and at the right time, and you always support us. We thank you. I am very happy on behalf of the GCA Women's Wing. I wish to express our sincere thanks to all of you. Nananom, Nahimanom, Togbega, Dadaga, Ebusiam Payinfo, Mbam Payinfo, Namina, and Magaje, Nime Kename, distinguished panelists. Once again, I thank you all for being here. Since we started promoting this conference, the rhetorical question I've been having is, why this conference and why our topic? But then after the pandemic, we thought it was very necessary to find a way to motivate and boost the morale of our women in the community, since the pandemic worsened all inequalities we have seen in our society and community, especially the impact on our women and children. From online learning, we were forced to be teachers at home with our young ones, and then working from home, helping our children to learn and participate virtually in all their school activities and the social isolation that accompanied it. There has been this engagement in so many facets of our normal day-to-day activities. Through our Wednesday crash as the women of GCAO, we discussed, in our discussions, we realized the difficulties most of us face in gearing ourselves back to normalcy. Though our resources and educational programs are helpful tools for self-empowerment, we also thought it would be expedient to also help our women to erase the notion that our women are apathetic and disengaged. We have often accepted that our situations or circumstances does not allow us to exhibit strategies and skills that will help us realize our dream and potentials. We as women deserve to work, create, live, and sustain our development in dignity and comfort. Hence, our topic for this conference, Igniting the Ghanaian Canadian Diasporan Dream, the Role of Women. During our panel discussion this afternoon, we are going to deliberate on our mental health as regards to post-COVID, the socio-economic advancement of the Ghanaian community here in Ontario, family, community, and nation building, civic engagement and entrepreneurship, family law and our women. The role of the woman, of the Ghanaian women, especially at home and abroad. Please just be very attentive as our panel will start discussion regards to the above, so that we can get more insight as we gather more tools and strategies to help contribute our quota in building a bigger, better, stronger Ghanaian community. I thank you all for your patience and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maud. We do appreciate your hard work, your dedication, and your patience. We know this is not an easy job, but you're doing it. You're doing it with a smile, and continue to, because nothing good comes easy. But you know we're all with you, supporting you, and rooting you on. Your sacrifice will not go unnoticed. Thank you. At this time, can you please give us a little song to help us relax a bit more, and then Ms. Maud will come back with some more information. Thank you. Just a nice song to help us relax a bit. Let's give them another round of applause. This is what I love about when we come out to participate in community, because this is where we get to know the quality that we have in our Ghanaian community. This is nothing. You haven't seen anything yet. Just keep following us wherever we go, and we'll show you what beauty is. All right? Thank you, gentlemen. Let's give them a big round of applause. What are we going to do without our men? Today is the Women's Day, but let's applaud the men one more time, a little louder. You know, they do the best they can, they do. All right, we now call once again on our president, Miss Maud, to come back.
Thank you, Miss Anna. Honorable leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, and panelists. This afternoon, again, I am very honored to introduce our guest speaker, our guest visitor, who is also the guest of honor for today's event. Our guest speaker today is a mother, a wife, and very educated career woman, a philanthropist, humanitarian, a climate and gender advocate, and a founder of a non-profit organization. Some of her works have been in the area of health, where she had initiated critical and timely interventions to educate and empower women economically. She has initiated the Safe Delivery Project to reduce the maternal and neonatal mortality in Ghana. Among many achievements and qualifications, she also holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in law and sociology from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana, and a Master's of Business Administration in Project Management from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. She also has several awards, one of which is the African Women of Excellence, which she received from the African Union Commission in partnership with the Diaspora African Forum. She has represented Ghana and the entire African continent at various international conferences and fora in tackling women, human trafficking, reproducing health, clean cooking solutions, women's health, women empowerment, and women's rights. So from this small bio, you all can agree with me why we chose today to bring this person to be our guest of honor. And she is no other than Her Excellency of the second lady of the Republic of Ghana, Mrs. SAMIRA BAWUMIA. Also, a bird just flew and told me we should all wish her a happy belated birthday because last week was her birthday. So, ma'am, happy birthday to you. Please, let's all applaud and welcome our guest speaker.
Thank you. Kindly take your seat. The birthday was a long time ago, but Your Excellency, Mr. Ray Anselm, our High Commissioner, Mr. Emmanuel Dodu, GCO President, Madame Maud Cole, Women's Wing President, Ms. Claudette Echampong, our Vice President, AGCA, Ms. Nadia Musa, who's a doctor as well, Deputy Director, Diaspora Affairs, Office of the President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Zumunta Group, Jama, Assalamu Alaikum, and all our groups gathered here. It's a real honor and pleasure to be joining you here today at your Women's Wing Conference. I thank you for inviting me for this rather august occasion. And let me start by bringing you very warm greetings from Ghana. Michia Munyina, Minganye Fe, Madog Benami. My dear sisters, mothers, women's participation in nation building is an important ingredient in achieving an equitable, peaceful, and more prosperous society. Gender equity and women's inclusion in leadership play a central role in shaping a more democratic, stabilized, and developed society. Women's equal involvement and leadership in political and public life are essential to achieving the SDGs by 2030. However, women are still underrepresented at all levels of decision-making and political participation around the world. As of 1st September 2021, there were 26 women serving as heads of state or government, and only 10 countries have a woman head of state, and 13 countries have a woman as head of government. There is a renewed focus, thankfully, on promoting and driving women inclusion in political, economic, and social development across the globe. Efforts have been made at various international fora to rectify the situation by calling on nations to bring gender equity into all decision-making bodies. Every year, as we all know, on March 8th, we celebrate women. That's International Women's Day, to acknowledge our accomplishments and also to draw attention to the challenges we face and to advocate for equality in a world in which the scales are still skewed in many respects in favor of men. When it comes to African women, the gap is even wider compared to other parts of the world. Ghana is no exception, with a leadership gender percentile of only 15%, which is less than the required minimum of 30% by the African Union Gender Policy. So according to UN Women, gender equality in the highest positions of power will not be reached for another 130 years if we continue at this pace. So we have to do something about it. Empowerment of women politically denotes a process of transformation from a position of no or limited inclusion to one of greater opportunity, participation, and effectiveness. Participation of women in nation building has to do with equal involvement in decision making, whether in policy making, planning, or even the administration. And I must say, North America is doing wonderful, because I've seen a lot of women leaders within our community. But this means involvement in needs assessments, project formulation, implementation, or evaluation, and it requires the involvement of women across the entire chain of decision making. So sometimes we have women, maybe one woman at the top, but we don't see a consistency in the women along the value chain, but from implementation all the way up to the decision making. We need to see women in those roles. Because who better will speak for you than yourself? Who knows our issues better than us? At the heart of women's participation is the conscious understanding and awareness that gender roles ought not to be culturally cast in stone. women can and do excel and thrive in traditional male-dominated professions. This requires a re-socialization of our women to believe that they can achieve whatever they put their minds to, irrespective of what others think their limitations are. Women's economic empowerment is a prerequisite of sustainable development, and it's about rights and an equitable society. To ensure the empowerment of women, we'll have to end all forms of discrimination against women and girls everywhere, eliminate all forms of violence against women in public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation, and ensure universal access to reproductive health and ensure its related rights. There is also a need to recognize the value of unpaid care and domestic work through the provision of public services, infrastructure, and social protection policies. The lack of economic resources, as well as access to ownership and control over land and other forms of property, financial services, inheritance issues, all form part of inhibiting factors for women participation in society. So sometimes we ask ourselves, why aren't women doing more? Why aren't they trying harder? Why don't we see women come up for positions? But most women's hands are tied by some of these factors. In some cases, women cannot even own land. In some cases, women cannot have financial freedom to grow. So how do you participate fully in society that is holding you back? We need to advocate for and strengthen sound policies and enforceable legislation for the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls at all levels. The role of women in nation building cuts across an integrated national economy, shared values as equals, and work towards eradicating the divisions and injustices of the past to foster unity and promote a conscious sense of being proudly Ghanaian and committed to our dear nation. Economies grow when women participate fully in the marketplace. Women's economic participation decreases the dependency ratio. Women are also more likely to reinvest their earnings to benefit their family. And in many settings, empowering women has lifted families out of the poverty cycle. Women have a voice, one that has proven to make a difference in the nation's quest for social justice. Over the years, women have confronted gendered restrictions through their voiced activism, political and social struggles geared towards ensuring social justice across all sectors of society. So it goes without saying, and as H.E. kind of said, which is that an educated girl will be an empowered woman. So as a nation, we are also taking steps to ensure just that, to make sure education is accessible to all girls. So according to the Ghana Education Service enrollment data in 2017, the gender ratio for enrollment at basic schools was 2:1 in favor of girls. So as for every boy, there were 2 girls. That's at the enrollment stage. However, the ratio drops to 3:1 at pre-tertiary. So by secondary school, the ratio has changed. So now there are 3 boys to 1 girl. So where did all the girls go? Our girls are dropping out for various reasons. But thankfully, the free SHS policy of President Akufo-Addo's government has provided secondary education access to many girls, with current enrollment numbers of girls exceeding that of boys. So we have changed that narrative with that policy. Now there are more girls in secondary schools. Our collective fortunes will be hinged on our individual contributions to our nation's development. Therefore, my not-for-profit organization, so as our MC said, we each have a role to play. So in my own small way, through the SAMIRA Empowerment and Humanitarian Projects, which we call SEP for short, we strive for the empowerment and improvements of the quality of lives of Ghanaians, particularly women and children in deprived communities across Ghana. SEP's projects are largely focused on 3 thematic areas, that is health, education, and women empowerment. Our flagship initiative, the Safe Delivery Project, provides expectant mothers in their 3rd trimester in deprived communities in Ghana with birth kits which contain essential supplies to ensure the safe delivery of babies, their proper care after birth, and aid the mothers with a sterile and safe delivery. The essence of the initiative is also to train health professionals and increase the numbers of skilled delivery. And when we say skilled delivery, we're talking about those, instead of those who are delivering at home, we move them to a health facility where they are better able to get services that they may need. The essence, this program, I'm glad to say, has been successfully piloted in the East Gonja municipality of the Savannah region. And we've made remarkable strides in the area of maternal and child health, using a network of community institutions, midwives, traditional birth attendants, community elders, and volunteers. Through these local and community-based partnerships and activities, SEP has trained 226 community-based health surveillance teams, 64 health workers, and 150 traditional birth attendants. The project has distributed over 6,000 birth kits to mothers in deprived and difficult-to-reach community in the East Gonja municipality. And I'm very honored to report that through these efforts of ours, the antenatal visits increased by 86% in the community. And even better, we reduced the neonatal mortality and maternal mortality to a 0 percentile. So this is a community that was worse hit, and we're able to reverse this. So as the saying goes, little drops of water will make a mighty ocean. So with all of us, so if you're thinking of yourself, how can I be of use to my nation? How can the diaspora support the country? These are some of the initiatives. Don't think it's too big for you to try. Take an area, pick an issue, and try to address it and make a difference in a community. In the area of education and literacy, the SEP Library in a Box project has distributed over 250,000 books to 70 basic schools across the country, and an estimated 300,000 children are expected to benefit and are benefiting actually from these books. So we select schools that do not have libraries and we go and give them books. We also have a BEC revision project where we supply the books, revision packs, which include the past questions and examiners' reports. When we've done that for 187 junior high schools in 53 districts across the country, and we've seen an improvement in the results for those schools that we were supporting. Mind you, a lot of these schools are in very deprived communities. They don't even do mock exams. For those of us who've gone through the rigor of exams, you know, you have to go through the mock to prepare for it. They don't have enough material to do it. So some of these interventions are really making a difference. The SEP Skills and Entrepreneurial Development Initiative, SEDI, has also an objective to improve the socioeconomic well-being of women generally through training, provision of capital, startup kits, and the establishment of micro-enterprise schemes that are of local relevance. The Skills and Entrepreneurial Development Initiative has trained 1,500 women so far in yogurt making, 3,400 in soap and detergent making, and 1,600 in quality shea nut collection and a further 850 girls within the fashion industry. And all of these women have gone on to do well in their own small businesses, and we hope to continue to do so. So these are some of the examples of what we are doing, but we're saying you can also help in your own small way to unleash your own support for our community. My dear ladies and gentlemen, I know all of us are here today because we believe in and understand the importance of women's economic empowerment for the progress of society. This is especially true in Ghana, where women own 46.4% of businesses according to the MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs. And these businesses are mostly in the micro and small scale sector. However, with access to adequate capital and funding, most women can transition their business to macro and large scale enterprises. Sometimes I ask myself that, why don't we come together and do bigger things instead of our tendency to do small things differently, and we are not able to grow. So as part of your deliberation, I would like you to consider how all of us, and this is not just for you, but all of us in this conversation or in this discussion, I want us to think about how we move our women to the next level. You see somebody doing this tabletop, selling tomatoes here, the next person just 2 meters away, selling the same thing, and as we say in Ghana, once somebody starts something, everybody is copying it, which is fine, but how about synergizing? How about the multiplier effect of coming together and making it better, making it more efficient, and making it grow? So there are many schemes that are supporting that, but it's also something that as women, we can bring those we know, those who are in our communities together to say, okay, we can help you improve your practices, we can help you to grow your business by coming together as a cooperative and growing it. Luckily, the government through the Obatampa Care also provided a lot of post-COVID support to women, thousands of women actually, to start their businesses. And I believe they're moving it one step further now. And recently, for those of you who are following the news, the Ministry of Finance launched the You Start, and that is also hopefully going to create even bigger entrepreneurs within the space. They want people to bring their ideas. So for those of you entrepreneurs here who want to do something back home, maybe you should keep your ears and eyes open for the You Starts, where you can access funding to grow your business back in Ghana. Ghana has had its fair share of impactful women. So we know that the Ghanaian woman can do a lot if she's given the opportunity. And most of these women have served their quota, giving their all in public service in different spheres. We know we've had a lot of firsts in Ghana, even though the ratio is not exciting in terms of proportion of women in leadership, but we've had women in key positions of leadership who have done so well, whom we are all proud of. As we know, we currently have the Chief of Staff who is at the Office of the President, who is a woman. We've also had Justice Joyce Bamford Addo, who was the first Speaker of Parliament, female Speaker of Parliament. And it's important to say here, since we're in the diaspora, to mention that she left her practice in England, in the United Kingdom, and came to Ghana to work as a state attorney before ending up as Speaker of Parliament. Ghana's first female Chief Justice was also succeeded by another woman, so Justice Sophia Akufu, who also left the United States and went back to join the Ghana Judicial Service. And we have our very own Dr. Nadia Musa, who's one of you, and let's give her a huge round of applause for making you all proud, making us all proud, who is currently the Deputy Director of Diaspora Affairs at the Office of the President. And she also left Toronto to go and take up a position in Ghana to serve her mother Ghana. It's important to know that diasporans do play an important role in the socio-economic and political development of their countries of origin. Beyond the well-known roles as senders of remittances, diasporans can also promote trade and foreign direct investment, create business and spur entrepreneurship, and transfer new knowledge and skills. I was having a meeting yesterday, and we're talking about sometimes even the products from Ghana. And I had a lunch meeting yesterday with some professionals and some Ghanaians and some other non-Ghanaians, but diasporans who were interested in what we're doing back home. And they're talking about the quality of products that come from Ghana and how we can make it better for the international market. And that's where I see the value of the diasporans, because I say, if you know better, you will do better. So sometimes what we are used to doing back home is good enough for us back home. But if you want to compete on the global stage, if you want to tap into the foreign market, then it means you need to up your game and you need to look at what will sell better abroad. So for you being here and knowing what works, it's important that you can take your knowledge back home and say, oh, the way you're processing your shea butter, for instance, if you flavored it this way, or if you made it in this fashion, we can promote it abroad for you. So that is some of the value that you can take back home as diasporans to help bring our sisters up and help them to improve on what they do. Although some policymakers see nationals abroad as a loss, because we want every Ghanaian to be in Ghana to serve Ghana. However, there's also an increasing realization that an engaged diaspora is actually an asset, or even a counterweight to the emigration of skilled and talented migrants. There's a growing recognition by the government and international community at large that the importance and often underutilized contribution of diasporas to economic growth, poverty reduction, and trade. Diasporans play an increasingly significant part of the development of our nation. Ghanaians in the diaspora continue to support the socio-political and economic development of our country. For example, during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, in partnership with the Ghana community in Canada, raised funds to support the National COVID-19 Trust Fund in Ghana, and I'd like to say thank you very much for your generous contribution. As you know, our COVID response was one of the best across the world, and I'd like to say that you should pat yourself in the back because you contributed to the success of it. The Ghanaian Physicians of North America continue to embark on several medical missions each year in Ghana as well, with most of its branches undertaking free surgical treatments in remote parts of Ghana, in addition to donating medical and surgical equipment. So as we know, we keep saying brain drain, but now we're looking at it as brain gain, actually, because all the good that is out there is coming back to Ghana. His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his government also recognizes the essence of the Ghanaian diaspora and has shown commitment and support to the diaspora engagement. And this is evident in the establishment, the first ever, of the Office of Diaspora Affairs at the Office of the President, whose mandate is to, among others, provide business advisory services to Ghanaians in the diaspora seeking to open business in Ghana, matching and linking diaspora ideas and concepts to government initiatives, lobbying and advocacy for increased participation for the Ghanaian diaspora in our political and economic discourse, trade and investment facilitation, return migrants advisory and support services, organizing and coordinating diaspora events at home and abroad, and coordinating volunteer services for Ghanaians in the diaspora. Nadia, after today, I'm sure your phone won't stop ringing. And you are lucky that Nadia is from here and she's one of you. So for all of you thinking about or having challenges with reaching out, moving back, trying to establish anything in Ghana. The Office of the Diaspora Affairs is there for you, is there to serve you and to help make it easier for you. The Ghanaian diaspora has implicitly and explicitly served as relevant sources of support towards the economic development, political processes, and the dismantling of structures that constrain the empowerment of women in Ghana. Ghana is pushing forward with its diaspora engagement policy to have better resources to support Ghanaians in the diaspora. Ghana has been a global leader when it comes to diaspora engagement, and we have seen this with the unprecedented success of the Year of Return. Various measures have been curated to have a strong drive towards harnessing, coordinating, and tapping the human resources in a structured manner to achieve economic development for Ghana. The diaspora engagement policy is very important, as it will ensure full participation in our nation building, irrespective of where one resides. With the Year of Return, Beyond the Return, Diaspora Celebration, and Homecoming Summits, and the launching of December in Ghana and Destination Ghana, the diaspora not only has an opportunity to return and celebrate your roots, but take advantage of the many economic opportunities it represents. Achieving women's economic empowerment and leadership in nation building will not be realized easily or overnight. It will take sound public policies, a holistic approach, and a long-term commitment from all of us, especially you in the diaspora. So let us remember that as we strive to do all of this, the quest for women empowerment is not a war against men, and it should not be a competition among women. We all win and gain when we work together. Let us see one another as partners in the struggle and not competitors for superiority. In our own way, let's look out for one another, stand by one another, and let us dispel the dangerous notion that women are their own enemies. Let us make the deliberate effort to look out for young, talented ones who have the potential to rise to the top. Let us serve as their mentors and provide them with the encouragement not to give up on their dreams. We are stronger when we achieve a critical mass in politics, industry, and every worthy sphere of our human endeavor. Let us all join hands in making our homeland Ghana great and strong. I thank you so much for your attention.
Let's give her a bigger round of applause. And we thank you, Your Honorable, for these words of encouragement. You know, I always talk about the fact that sometimes we tell ourselves it's not going well in Ghana and this and that. But for Ghana to do well, we have to speak well about Ghana. We have to look for the positive things that are going on to talk about it. We need to tell our positive stories so that those who don't have hope, those who don't have strength, those whose souls have given up can understand that even where they are, in what we call poverty, is where opportunity is. Thank you so much. Your message is very inspiring. Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to call on Miss Harriet to come and speak to us. Miss Harriet. Miss Harriet Akanmori. Oh, there she is. Let's give her a round of applause. She's another person who's worked 24/7. I think she needed more hours, but we're here. That's all that matters. We can't worry about the rest. we have to do a little adjustment, which is okay. It's our day today. Today is our day. Menele mini. Our day, our day. Menele mini. Our day, our day. Today is our day, the girls' day. Girl power, girl time. We're going to soak it all in. Like I said, this whole weekend should be a fashion show. Nobody's trying to look slow here. Everybody look sharp. Between today and tomorrow, yeah? Yeah, let's do that.
Please keep to what they said. Please keep to what they said.
Okay. All right, so at this time, we'll call on Mr. Emmanuel Behome to come and give us a nice, cool song as we take pictures with our beautiful, honorable Mrs. SAMIRA. Are you all ready? You all ready to take pictures? All right, sir, Mr. Behome, you're here? And Ebenezer, and please make the song so smooth that when we're coming out, we feel like we have to be smooth. And our ladies, I'm prepping you all up. Don't fail me. Do not fail me. You know, I'm prepping you so that when the madam goes back and she's sitting at home, she'll be thinking about us and having beautiful thoughts. The next time we call her, she will not hesitate. She'll come. All right. So Miss Billie Jane will lead our lady, our honorable lady, down so that we can take the pictures. Is there any particular order? Is there any particular? Okay.
That's all they want to do. I'm showing you.
Are we calling groups?
Yeah, it's groups. Before now, we have the groups. We have the Excellency with the entourage.
First. First. So we'll first call Miss Billie Jane. Yes. Panelists, not better. Hello, hello. So, all right. So for the picture taking, it's going to be first the second lady, the High Commissioner, and the panelists, please. So the panelists, please join them. What's the next one?
After the panelists, it would be GCO.
Okay.
After that, HE. Junta.
You don't have the list. You don't have the list.
Make me phone.
I'll tell you the list.
Traditional leaders. Traditional leaders.
It's good. It's always good to have a heart because okay. So the next group is the High Commissioner. No. Her Excellency, Mrs. BAWUMIA, and the GCAO executive, please. We need all the panelists in the front row here. The next group is HE, Her Excellency, and the religious leaders. Religious leaders, please. Are the religious leaders here? Okay. At this time, we call Echi and her honorable. Please wait for us. The next group is GCAO Women's Executive. Please, Juliet, Miss Harriet, our boss, Miss Maud, Mama Felicia. The next group is the Zumunta women, please. We need you here, please. And the next group, MPP, if you can please gather and come up. I saw more, are there more Zumunta ladies here? MPP, please. What time and the group, the whole group. Okay. And the next group is the Queens and Kings. Nananomne Ahema from Pamuchopi. Edrumuso, the chiefs and queens. Cultural leaders. So at this time we'll call on everybody. Hold up. The band.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we haven't finished the program. Please, we can continue the pictures afterwards. The panelists are waiting. Please, ladies.
Calling them here.
Yeah. We will humbly ask the panelists to take their seats here whilst the second lady, Mrs. BAWUMIA, takes her seat down there. Please, let's be seated for the panel discussion, please. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's sit. Nobody leave, please. Nobody leaves. This is the reason why we are here, the panel discussions. So let's all stay. Let's all stay and listen to these discussions, please.
Regarding what?
Honorable guests, can we have our seat so we can start the panel discussion, please? So let's all have a seat and start our discussion, please.
Discussion, thank you so much. So let's all have a seat and go through the program. So we will call on Mrs. Harriet Akanmori, a woman who has also worked tirelessly for this program to make it a success. Let's give her a big round of applause. Like I said, it's not easy doing these things, but some people have stayed up 24 hours and have done it. So I'm glad we're acknowledging all your hard work. We have to.
Thank you.
We can't do without you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your presence here. We're so excited. Her Excellency, we are so excited to have you. It's been an honor. And right now we know that we're far advanced with time, and so we're going to try and speed things up. But I do have here an assembly of very eminent women from our community and allies to our community, and they do have something to say to us. But we will do our best to make sure that we make up for some time. So first of all, without much ado, I want to talk about the topics that they're going to, and introduce them also. So our first speaker is Professor Sylvia Bauer. Sylvia Bauer is an associate professor of sociology at York University. She's also the director of the Resource Center for Public Sociology, also at York University. And as a sociologist, she's interested in human rights, development, and post-colonial feminisms. Now she's going to explain that to you. As a professor and an academic, she has several publications in many journals to her name. And as a researcher, she has also won both Canadian and international collaborative research grants. And we are very honored to have her share her expertise. Sylvia, we're honored. Our second speaker is Marilyn Raphael, Mrs., Vice President, Business and Product Governance at TD Asset Management and the co-founder of Icon Talent Partners. Now, Marilyn, we all know, recently stood for elections. She was brilliant, the first timer, and she won the second place. And people, next year, we're going to support her so that she comes first. Let's give her a round of applause. Excellent. Now, Marilyn is an accomplished business and community leader with over 15 years of years of experience working in the public, private, and non-for-profit sectors in Ontario. She's the co-founder of ICON Talent Partners, which is a non-for-profit talent development organization looking for high-potential BIPOC. And BIPOC is, can you help me with that? Black, Indigenous, people of color talent, right? And through this initiative, she has focused on closing the opportunity gap and making sure that leadership teams in corporate Canada are more diverse and feature people like you and I, okay? That's what she does. So we're proud of you. We're very proud of your work. And in 2019, Marilyn was recognized by the Brampton Board of Trade as Brampton's top 10 under 40. Top 40 under 40. Thank you. And as we all know, as I just said, she was the Ontario Liberal candidate in Brampton South for the provincial elections. She's no mean person, and we are very, very proud of your achievement. We look forward to your sharing your experiences with us. Very quickly, we go on to Janet, our dear Janet, our very own Janet Brakohiapa, a lawyer at Ontario Legal Clinic and the founder and director of Safe Haven Cancer Support Society. Janet is a lawyer who has been called to the bar both in Ghana and here in Ontario, Canada. And after being called to the bar in 2003, she briefly engaged in private practice, focusing on family law, immigration, and criminal law. And until 2004, when she started working with Ontario's legal clinic system. She continues to work in this system and represents and advocates for people who are facing barriers and lack of access to justice. And as we all know, she's one of our own. She's very passionate about empowering her clients and works very hard to provide them with legal information and education about their rights. Now, another thing that we know about our sister is that she's a survivor of cancer. And she's the co-founder and director of Safe Haven Cancer Support Society, a registered non-profit organization in Ontario which provides information and resources to support women, particularly women of color, facing cancer challenges. So she helps to provide them with culturally appropriate and culturally sensitive support services. So, thank you so much for your work. We look forward to hearing how you can empower us here today. Next, I want to go to Elsie Dixon, very powerful woman, also a lawyer. She's a social justice lawyer and a community legal clinic worker, and she also does her own social media show and writes books. She's a writer. So today we are honored to welcome Elsie into our midst. She's new to us, but we hope this is the beginning of a long relationship. She's a social justice lawyer working out of a community clinic which provides free legal services to vulnerable people in Toronto. So before she was working full-time in social justice, she worked in private practice in civil litigation, minerals and mining law, and then she did pro bono, which is free work with vulnerable communities in Ghana, especially women and children's rights. And she says when she's not lawyering, she enjoys interacting with people, hearing their stories, and helping them find their way in the justice system. So, Elsie, we are excited to have such an accomplished lady with us today. As we said, we will see you again and again. I want to go to our next special ally. She's a friend of this community. And it's a pleasure to have you here, Honorable Lois Brown. Lois was a former MP at Aurora and Newmarket. So for those of you who don't know her, that's why she says she's a good friend of the community. And Lois has been to Ghana 3 times. So you're now an honorary Ghanaian. Yes. So new to the role of the president of Health Partners International Canada, which is former CIDA, Canada International Development Agency, right? This is the new name of CIDA. Lois brings a wealth of experience working with government agencies and non-for-profit stakeholders. She served as a parliamentary secretary for the international development for 6 years, traveling on behalf of the government of Ghana, speaking at global conferences and meeting with government officials and civil society organizations around the world. And most interestingly, she managed some aspects of what they call the Muskoka Initiative on Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, working very closely with Global Affairs Canada on this development of this initiative. So as a member of HIPC, which is Health Partners International Canada, Lois has a deep understanding, of how important this agency's mission is around the world. Honorable Lois, it's a great honor to have you here with us today, and we value your presence very much. Now, last but never the least, is our own powerful Mami Di here. Mami is a policy analyst at the government of Ghana, the government of Canada. I love my country. And she's also the executive director of Power of Love Foundation, which she founded herself. So this is a very powerful young lady. Mami is a public health professional, and she serves as a policy analyst with the Public Health Agency of Canada. Specifically, as a policy analyst, she works with the Mental Health for Black Canadians initiative, and she contributes to research and improvement of community-led, culturally focused mental health interventions for Black communities across Canada. She's also the founder of the grassroots initiative, as I said, the Power of Love Foundation Canada, an organization which provides services and resources for low-income Black women and girls and works to improve their well-being. Mami is very passionate about making an impact on society through community engagement, mentorship, and service. Mami, we are very privileged to have you share your knowledge and experience. So these are your panelists today. Please give them a round of applause. Yeah. Thank you very much for coming, and we're going to start with Professor Sylvia Bawa, and she's going to talk to us about women in leadership and sustainable development, a theme that our honorable, Her Excellency, guest of honor started, and I'm sure that you were very excited listening. And so we're going to hear what the role of the women are in socioeconomic advancement of the Ghanaian community here in the GTA. Thank you. So over to you, Sylvia.
Your Excellency, Mrs. Samira Bawumia, Second Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, Mr. Anselm Sowa, Ghana's High Commissioner to Canada, all protocol observed, my sisters here, fellow panelists, and all gathered. It's really a pleasure for me to commune with you today to discuss the very important topic of women's leadership and women's role in the growth and development of our communities, both here and everywhere. So I'll start by saying, Ye antere, for those of you who didn't get that. I just wanted to start also by saying that today seems like the day of our buga, right? If I could ask people to do the buga, I think this would be it, that we started a conference to really speak about the important role women play in our communities. I was really excited when I heard Your Excellency's speech about the statistics and the important work that women do to uplift various communities across the globe. So I will not, of course, repeat some of these things. I have a bunch of questions that I'm going to leave you with. And one is, what is the popular image of the African woman in the world, right? I'm sure for those of you who migrated here, you were probably shocked with the confrontation of how African women are represented in popular media across the world. We are often seen as pitiable subjects that everyone can contribute to in terms of, uplifting us and all of that. What a lot of people don't know outside of our continent is that we are the reason why we rise in Africa, and I was so glad that our MC talked about that. In 2007, through the concerted efforts of women's rights groups in Ghana, Ghana finally passed a domestic violence law. It took 5 years of lobbying and leadership work to achieve this. Let's go back a little longer in history. In the 1900s, we all hear about the feat of Yaa Asantewaa leading her people in military combat against the British. Let's come back a little earlier. In 1857, Sojourner Truth, one of our ancestors stolen from Africa, had an opportunity to address the Women's Rights Convention, one of the first women's rights conventions in America, in Ohio. And one of the questions she asked her audience was, "Aren't I a woman?" And through this question, she asked why Black people were not given the due and dignity that was owed us. I think today it is fair for us women to ask, in the face of systemic injustices and inequalities, aren't we human? What is due us? In 1929, women in Nigeria challenged British colonial taxation, and it led to one of the movements, anti-colonial movements in Nigeria. In 2004, Wangari Maathai, a women's rights activist from Kenya and also a climate change advocate, received a Nobel Peace Laureate for her work on environmental justice and preservation. In 2011, Liberian women marched for peace in received another Nobel Peace Prize for their work in leading Liberia's peace movements back in the day. Of course, when we speak about women's rights leadership, sometimes these are the snapshots we are given, right? There are examples, we've heard various examples, and we've mentioned names of people here who've done tremendous work to lift up our communities. Of course, we are interested in the visibility of women, as our second lady has prompted us, in various places, not just in the high office, but along the value chain, as she very aptly puts it. But I think that one of the things that we need to talk about also is decolonization, and we've heard it talked a lot in various spheres. And that is what I want us to think about today. It's not about what we have achieved, because we have accomplished a lot, and I'd like to just say that without us, there would be no societies, first of all, right? So let's focus on the work that is ahead. We can do proper kapuri or sankofa. What does it mean for us to take stock of what we have done, but to also carve out a future for our daughters that will be radically different and transformative from that which we are enduring at the moment? Can we be like the Harriet Tubman, another ancestor, who, when the time came, did not say, "My ancestors did not do this, it is not our culture"? She rose up to the challenge. Can we be like the Kapuri Foundation, supporting children with disabilities in Ghana with very little resources? Can we be like some of the foundations we've heard here today of people who just decide that they are going to do it and tackle it despite all of the work that is ahead of us? And this is where I think that when we are talking about decolonization, we need to put Afrocentric knowledges and futuristic imaginations in our children, because the future is African. And for us to rise as Africans, we have to understand that we have to imagine the future, right? And sometimes it is really important that we are not bogged down by the tribulations of survival, because sometimes that is all we are doing, is to survive. We also have to imagine that future that gives a role and a peaceful place for women. Women in the Ghanaian community in the GTA have been heroes and survivors, resilient and generous of heart. And I think that it is time for us to move our communities into our future through our wajahe, that is intoma, the side hustles. When I arrived here as a graduate student in 2005, and I got the chance to come to Toronto, I went to Makola Market. It was a Ghanaian provisions shop. And while I was there, I was just really elated to see food stuff, for, when you've been here for a while. But that wasn't what really encouraged me. It was when I went to pay, the woman at the cash asked me what I was doing in Canada. And I said I was a graduate student. She dashed the provisions to me, right?
And that was more than inspiring. That was very encouraging for me. I would also like us to think Pan-African thinking, right? We have to think about the fact that even as we are Ghanaian women, even as we are Ghanaian people, we are not isolated in our struggles, in our challenges, and obviously we are not isolated in the successes we are going to achieve in the future. We have to think within the Ubuntu spirit that the Swahili people talk about. We have to think, and we have to think with and in collaboration with our diasporan ancestors who were enslaved and stolen from here. Not just those of us who immigrated here, but of course we also know the work that has been happening through our work, through our sister Nadia, in terms of the diasporan connections. For those of us who live here, we also know that as we talk about the black spirit revival, that we also have to connect our activities and our successes to those of our indigenous sisters in this country who have been marginalized for generations. And so, given that I don't have a lot of time, and I know that my time is running out, I'd just like us to reflect on how we are passing on knowledge to our future generations. What are we telling our children? How are we asking them to imagine our lives in the global society? Remembering that within the spirit of Ubuntu, our lives are enabled by the lives of others around us. Thank you very much. Yabaraka Yagaja.
Oh, please, that was brilliant. As an academic myself, I can tell you that this is a brilliant delivery because she has taken very complex concepts and broken it down for us. Excellent. Thank you. So without much ado, we're going to move on, thinking about all these things and how we're going to take our place in this society and the Ghanaian community we are marching on. We're never going back, we're going forward. The second speaker, Marilyn, is going to talk to us about entrepreneurship and civic engagement. Okay, so how are we going to rise up and be at the table when the conversations, the important conversations are going on? Marilyn, over to you.
Auntie Harriet said I can talk about what I've been doing. I'm going to talk about lots of things. So good day, everyone. Honorable guests, our distinguished Second Lady, Your Excellency. Thank you all for coming today and showing up. Our theme for this summit is Igniting the Ghanaian Canadian Diaspora Dream and the Role of Women. And I've been asked to speak on two topics, very near and dear to my heart, entrepreneurship and civic engagement. I've been given 10 minutes. And so I'm going to bring it down to talk a little bit more about us. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Marilyn Raphael, born Kusia Champong, just in case you want to know my Ghanaian name. First generation Ghanaian Canadian. Professionally, I've just recently been promoted to Senior Manager Distribution Strategy in the Financial Planning Business in TV. I'm also the co-founder and COO of Icon Talent Partners, which is a not-for-profit talent development organization focused on high potential racialized young people and young professionals who want to break into corporate Canada. I also happen to be the former Ontario Liberal candidate for Brampton South, and I thank you. And contested in the June elections where I placed second with 27% of the votes, or almost 8,000. I was the first Ghanaian ever nominated by the Ontario Liberal Party, but I know I will not be the last. And finally, I am a wife and a mom to two young boys, Harper, who is almost 4, and Preston, who is almost 2. I share my brief bio for context only. When I think about my decision to run in the last provincial election, I assure you I had a million reasons why I should say no. I had a lot on my plate. My plate was full. In fact, I was 9 months pregnant when I was appointed the candidate of Brampton South. In fact, my son was born just 5 days after the announcement went public. I had just been promoted then to Vice President of Business and Product Governance in the asset management business, and I had a 2-year-old at home. Plus, I was going up against a pretty strong incumbent who had wide community support and a lot of capital. Those were the facts. But it was also true that I had grown increasingly frustrated with the state of government and the lack of meaningful action to improve the lives of Ontarians. I was tired of seeing our hospitals mismanaged, school boards failing our children, young people underskilled, unable to find meaningful work, and frankly, I was scared of what that status quo would mean for my own children. And while admittedly, I had spent many years on the sidelines waiting for the proverbial someone to come and address these problems, as cliche as it may sound, I was the change I was looking for. And I'm sure many of you can relate. You are all busy people. Some of you are mothering, you are studying, you are working multiple jobs, you're trying to make ends meet and to live your life with some sort of semblance of joy. But I know that there is something that you desire to do more. Do you want to start your business? You want to go back to school? You want to teach a course? You want to run for office? You want to make a real, meaningful difference in this world? And for a long time, your current circumstances, or rather your beliefs about your current circumstances, have prevented you from doing the things that you are really passionate about. Or for some of us, the thing that we believe that God has purposed for us to do. And today, I've come to tell you, it is time. It is time. For that dream you have for yourself, even that secret one that you have never shared with anyone, is not just for you. It's for all of us. Because when you succeed, we as a community succeed. Our very own Emmanuel Agri has said that, when you educate a man, you educate an individual, but when you educate a woman, you educate a nation. Because we as women, we are knowledge translators. We go back and we take it to our families and our children, and we encourage the community. So my intention this afternoon is to help you practically make that mental shift and the self-commitment to pursue that entrepreneurial, that political, or that creative dream that you may have, because your dream and your success, again, is not yours alone. It is the collective. I want you to look, this is for the women. I know there's a lot of men today, but today I'm talking to women. So excuse me if I don't look your way. But for the women here, I want you to look at your sister and say, "Sister, it is time." So today I'm just going to speak specifically to my entrepreneurs or my prospective entrepreneurs, just for a second. Small businesses or entrepreneurship is a vehicle that spurs economic development. It is the backbone of societies and also economic empowerment. And if we as a community are going to realize this Ghanaian Canadian dream, we are going to have to become more active participants in the Canadian economy. And this shouldn't be difficult. It's in our DNA. Ghanaian women are industrious. We are enterprising. We are teachers and hair braiders and seamstresses and intoma sellers and midwives all in one day. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Our capacity to learn and produce is great. But for a variety of reasons, we have not taken the risk to build businesses here to its full potential. I am very well aware of the challenges we face as a community, including access to capital, access to distribution networks, access to mentors. But I submit to you that our greatest barrier to economic advancement that we are worthy of and capable of generating is that we maintain an old mentality, simple mentality, that to just get educated and to find a job. And in fact, stay at that job forever. Don't even leave. As a community, we are very risk averse. I'm going to give you a small example. I bought my first house when I was 25 years old. I'm 37 now. I had only been working 1 year, and I had about $10,000 saved. At that time, townhouses were about under $300,000. When I told my parents I was going to buy a place, they said, "No, stay home. Work some more. Get married. Why should you buy so early? Some men, they don't like women too successful." Imagine that. They were afraid for me. But because I'm a stubborn girl, I went ahead and bought my house. And I'm sure my husband, who's right there, is glad I did. But I believe that for us to break our fear-based thinking and enter that next level of economic participation, it will take us women. We are the ones that will have to model the behavior we want our children to emulate. So, our second lady had said some things that resonated with me deeply. And I had it here in my notes also. We should resolve as a community to encourage each other and our children to become job creators. Whether you are a lawyer, to start the practice, a seamstress to work with retails, teacher, create digital learning tools, a nurse, start your staffing agency, PSW, create a home health care firm. We have to begin thinking as nation builders so that the next time you are with the ladies and you're talking about work, I want that conversation to evolve to how can we combine our skills, our resources, and our experience and build our own enterprises. Look at your sister and say, sister, it is time. So now let me transition and speak briefly about civic participation. We know that economic empowerment and political power, they go hand in hand. Now, I know that Her Excellency is here and we talk about the importance of our Ghanaian relationship. But those who've heard me speak know I'm not going to a sinful soul. No, it's not happening, okay? And no matter how much my mother tries to convince me it's like living in the cottage, I said, no, I'm not going. Canada is my home. Ghana is truly my homeland. But the reality is many of us here have to learn to bloom where we're planted. We Ghanaians in Canada, we face several challenges that can be improved by government intervention, as well as our own hard work too. But with the rise of housing prices, rental prices, we need access to deeply affordable housing and rent stabilizing policies so that we can manage our expenses. We want our children to go to university, and we don't want them to be saddled with debt that they cannot repay. Our seniors are aging, and we know that the government pensions may not be adequate enough and they need to be increased. We want our loved ones to be able to come here from Ghana and with not a rejection rate of 70%. And we know that we want to see greater partnership between Canada and Ghana. And all of this can be done through government or public policy interventions. But with every different stakeholder group looking to get on government's agenda, we need strong advocates. That is the point of your elected officials, to be your voice in government, to fight for the things that you need to be fought for. So it's time for all of us to get off the sidelines and get into the game. Civic participation is not just about running for office. You can join riding associations or policy teams. You can help out campaigns or become a political staffer for all elected officials at every level of government. You can continue being involved in GCAO Women's Wing and table resolutions and lead large advocacy efforts for Ghanaians and other racialized groups to increase your political capital. The reality is, if we are not at the table in some shape or form, our priorities may never be raised or addressed. Like I said, I am not the first Ghanaian woman to have ever run for elected office, but I hope that in 4 years' time when I run again, that I will have company. Turn to your neighbor and say, sister, it's time. I want to end by sharing my own process of coming to the decision to make a difference through politics. Now, for some of you, it might not be through politics. It might be through business, the arts, even ministry. Number one, I want you to examine yourself. Take the time to reflect on your life and ask yourself if you can be doing more. Are you leveraging your skills and capabilities, any sort of extra time you have to be of service to someone or a group of people who could really use your help? For some of you, this is going to be an easy exercise. You're working in the community. You've been doing this for a long time. And for some of you, this is going to be an important reality check that you know that you have not been working at your full capacity. Number 2, I want you to resolve to do more. You are Ghanaian women, so I know that you are industrious and resourceful. I want you to list all the things that you care about and all the things that make you angry. Oftentimes, the things that we want to see change the most are the things that we should be taking up to address. If you ever said, oh, I wish someone would do something about this, I assure you that person is you. Number 3, make it bigger than yourself. There is no lasting satisfaction in living just for yourself. Real happiness, real purpose is achieved by living in service of others. It is very easy to abandon a very small call when you meet troubles, and you inevitably will meet troubles along the way. But when you know that the call that you are working towards is in service to the larger, greater good, I assure you, you'll be able to carry on in difficult times. Number 4, leverage your gifts. What are you really good at? Where do your skills and your competencies lie? Our destiny is often connected to our history. Look into your early life and remember the things that you really cared about, the things people told you you were really good at. Sometimes we think the thing we want to do requires us to be more educated or more prepared to do it before we can start. But here is the thing, your whole life has been preparing you. So if you're currently not doing your life's mission, I encourage you to take inventory of your skills and talents and see how you can leverage those to achieve your goals. And it's not too late. I see that we have people of different ages here, and I know some of you might be thinking my time is up. As long as you are alive, you have life, and you should use it fully. And number 5, say yes to the call. I know these are challenging times we are in, and that many people are exhausted. But I'm telling you, nothing energizes the soul more than being in service to others. In fact, the antidote to fatigue is service. I want you to know that sometimes, and for those of you who might be thinking, I have my own problems. I don't have time to add more to my plate. I have a secret for you. God has a way of working on your problems when you're busy helping address someone else's problems. So say yes to the call. And so ladies, one more time, turn to your neighbor. Say, sister, it is time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was awesome, right? So 4 years' time, we need all of you to support us, to push her to the front and make sure that the Ghanaian community has a presence and a voice in this city. Thank you very much, Marilyn. That was really inspiring. Now I know why you came second on your first try. Okay, awesome. Now we're going to talk to our 2 lawyers today, and I want to invite, who's coming first, please? Yes, Elsie, please come, and they're going to talk to us about knowing our rights, women, family, and the law in very general terms. Thank you, Elsie. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me say, first of all, that it's an almost impossible task to ask a lawyer to speak in a very little time. But you'll be happy to know that while most lawyers can talk for a very long time, I will not be doing that today because time is fast spent. But beyond that, I am a storyteller, and the best stories are the short stories because you walk away remembering what are the 1, 2, or 3 things that I can use to change my life. We've all been inspired today just hearing about the wonderful things women have done in the past and continue to do today. And we know that that story is an ongoing story. And so I'm here today, together with my colleague Janet, to look at our story through the lens of the law. First of all, I should say that it's impossible to talk about a topic as wide as this in a very little time. So if that is your expectation, I will tell you happily, it's not going to be met. What I will tell you, though, is to remind you of a poster that I'm sure many of you saw growing up in Ghana. It's an old poster with a woman standing in the middle with a child on her back. And she's got about 8 or 10 hands, and each of those hands has in it a different tool or paraphernalia representing the many hats we wear. How many of you remember the poster I'm talking about? She's holding a broom, there's a coal pot, she has a cutlass, she has a basket on her head. That is who we are, and it's all wonderful. But it is only as good as the protection the laws provide. And as women, I'm here to challenge you today to see the law as an ally. We can work as hard as we want to in all the hats we wear, but the law is an ally, and we will be better equipped as the heartbeat of our family, as the backbone of our socio-economical existence, as a family, as a society, as a nation, if we begin to see the law as a set of tools that is not only available to lawyers, but for everyday people, that is you and me. How can we begin to engage the law so that we protect ourselves and our families? This is a big question, but the answer is really very simple. The information is out there. If you walk away after the few minutes that I've spoken and you forget everything else, just remember that the knowledge is out there. Go and get it. It's a lot easier now than it used to be several years ago. I've been a lawyer for 20-something years now, and I remember being in law school and finding information was hard. These days, all you need is a phone and Google. The information is out there, but it doesn't stop with just getting the information. You have to use it. Many of us see the law as something you run to when you're in trouble. I'm here today to let you know that as women, see the law as your partner. See all those hands I described earlier on. Each of those things represents different areas of the law. So there's family law, there's child and custody issues, there's employment law, there's human rights law. Unfortunately, one of the realities we face in our time, for example, is intimate partner and family violence. Equip yourself. If you're fortunate and that is not your story, I can guarantee you, man, woman, and child in this room, you know somebody that is experiencing it. How do you help them? Equip yourself with the knowledge of the law, and with that information, protect yourself. It's not only a protector, the law is also an empowerer. And so I'm happy to hear all the lovely things we've said today about, going out and building your dream, fighting for it, pushing yourself. Guess what can help you do that? The law. We cannot give you all the information in a few short minutes, and we certainly cannot answer individual questions in a public forum such as this, but we are available. I'm going to wrap up simply by saying, don't walk out here and see your lawyer as an enemy. Don't wait to contact a legal clinic when you have a problem, because sadly, it might be too late. You can go out there today and get that information. I'm going to wrap up now and hand over to my colleague Janet, because she's going to give you some examples of places where you can get the information. Thank you very much. And one last thing which has nothing to do with law, that woman carrying many things, she doesn't need to carry them all at the same time. So pause every now and then and put down some of the things. Our mothers did things differently. And we have to be careful that as we continue telling our story, that the example we set for our children doesn't perpetuate some of the burdens we are carrying unnecessarily. Again, guess what can help you do that? The law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elsie. That was very eloquent. Her Excellency, Mrs. SAMIRA BAWUMIA, His Excellency, Mr. Ansel Sowa, distinguished guests, and you're all distinguished. Thank you for having us. Usually people don't like to see lawyers because to them it means cha-ching. But so I always say when people see people like Elsie and I who work in the social justice
system that, we are the lowest paid. We just do law for the love of humanity. It's not about the money. So again, the law can be your ally, but you need to know where to get information. It's very important. Let me just borrow from the Bible. I hope it's in the Bible. It says that, my people perish for lack of knowledge, right? One of my passions as a social justice lawyer and an advocate for people who experience access to justice is to give people information. Because with information and education about their rights, they are empowered. And with that empowerment comes a potential to succeed and to make an impact in society and in our communities, in our families. So it's a passion of mine to give people information. That's what I do for the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario. They call me Lawyer Janet, but what I do is to refer people to resources. Because I'm not a family law lawyer, I'm not a criminal lawyer, I'm not an immigration lawyer, but I know where you can find access to information that can move you forward. So, talking about information, I mean, if you, I'm going to use family law as an example. You run into an issue with family law. Where do you start? Where do you go to access your rights or to get a remedy for a wrong that has been done you? I always say, try solving the problem, especially with family law. Try and see whether you can sort the problem, amongst yourself. If you can't, in our community, the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, we have, a board of elders and counselors. You can get in touch with them and see if they can help to resolve the problem. Or you have churches. See if your church elders can solve your problem. If it goes beyond that and it cannot be solved, then, the legal arm of, kicks in. Where do you go? Like Elsie said, there's so much information on Google or, on the internet right now. But for most people, there's free legal education out there. We have many sources where you can just start getting a little bit of information and then you know where to go next. So we have resources like online, if you go online, family law education for women. They have various topics on different things, different problems that women may have. So you can just go on there and see what problem that you are facing and whether you can have general information and idea about what your problem is. We have the Community Legal Education of Ontario, which is a legal clinic that provides free legal education on various topics. Anything you can talk about, consumer law, family law, immigration, housing, anything you can think about. You can just go there. The language is meant for lay people, so it breaks things down for you. So that's one thing. Get a bit of information for yourself, right? Next thing, there are lawyers who provide free legal education for people who are eligible for their services, like the legal clinics. They will give you summary advice at the very least, or if you are financially eligible for their services, they will represent you, right? If you don't have money, unfortunately. If you have money, there's the lawyer referral service, which will give you free legal advice, at least 30 minutes. The lawyers on there will give you 30 minutes free legal consultation. You can decide whether you want to retain the lawyer after you've had that consultation. And then there's also lawyers who do pro bono law. So many, resources out there. So if you do need help, there's always help out there. I find in my practice that a lot of people go through unnecessary challenges they give up their rights just because they do not know. So it's important for us to know. So for those of us here, for those of us in the Ghanaian community, if you have a problem, just call the GCAO and we will, give you a starting point. So thank you very much for having us.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's my pleasure to invite Honorable Lois Brown, who has had extensive experience working as a woman, a mother, and a wife, and she will share her experiences with us. Now, this is having a perspective from outside our community. It's good for us to get that perspective also, so that we can know how to navigate. So, Lois, Honorable Lois, over to you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for inviting me to be here with you today. I feel like I'm a bit of a bridge. I do want you to know my last name is Brown, so I do fit in. I also want to start with a little bit of a romance story because I like stories and I'm a great storyteller. I'd like to tell you the story about a young man by the name of Kofi Asante who came to Canada. He arrived here with a master's degree in physics, and of all places he could choose to go to do another master's degree, he went to Sudbury. Of all places, Sudbury. How many of you have been to Sudbury? Yeah, not very many. It's pretty cold. It's got lots of snow. And winter times are brutal. But while he was in Sudbury doing his Master's of Material Sciences, he met a young woman by the name of Shannon. Now, Kofi went off to do his doctorate in electrical engineering in the United States, and this young lady, Shannon, went off to Australia to do her master's degree in education. And when Shannon came, when Shannon came home, the first person who showed up on our doorstep was Kofi. And yes, indeed, Dr. Asante is my son-in-law. So you see, Ghana is my family. My Ghanaian name is Amma. I was born on Saturday. I make a really, really good pot of peanut soup. I make awesome goat stew, but I'm still working on the jollof. And what I hear is that every family has their own family recipe, and they don't share it. So I'm still working on that. If you have any recipes for jollof that you're willing to share, I am very willing to accept them, because I want to prove to my son-in-law that I know how to make jollof. When I was asked to speak today, I was asked to talk about being mother, wife, and career. And I thought, well, I'd better fix that, because I didn't become a mother until after I became a wife. And I just want to be sure that we're all clear on that. Kelvin, my husband, is older than I am. He was finished university and proposed, and I said yes. I was in first year. Not quite sure what all of the urgency was, but I did finish my degree, and then we started our family, and we have two wonderful daughters, Shannon, married to Kofi, and Kristen, who's married to David, and they live in Montreal. I have been self-employed all my life, except for the time when I was elected and took a paycheck from the Canadian taxpayer. I have created my own employment. And it's been a wonderful experience all my life. You talked about being a risk taker, Marilyn. And you know, entrepreneurs are risk takers. Kelvin and I did teach music. I have a music degree, and I did teach music in my own private studio for a long time. But Kelvin's combination of skills with mine, we started a business doing return to work programs for corporations, and we've worked across Canada and had some awesome experiences.
We have saved a lot of people their employment because we usually get called in by the labor lawyers when things have gone awry. And we're really only successful when an injured employee is safely back to work. But we are contracted by the employer, so we walk a very, very fine diplomatic line to ensure that both sides, both parties, are whole at the end of the time. You know, our lives haven't been easy. We've experienced a lot of tragedies in our life, even though I've not moved, thousands of miles away from where I grew up. I actually lived 20 kilometers from the house in which my parents raised me. But in the space of 10 years, we suffered some catastrophic things in our lives. I lost my brother in an airplane accident when he was 21. 6 years later, Kelvin's parents were involved in an accident. Kelvin's dad was killed, and his mom was left so brain impaired. She was with us, but not with us. And she lived for 19 years in that capacity. If any of you know the Terry Schiavo case in the States, I could have written you lawyers probably know that one. I could have written the program for them. And 3 years after that accident, when we were still dealing with all of Calvin's mom's issues, my mother was killed by an impaired driver not far from my house. So we dealt with a lot of things in our lives that were uncommon, but made me grow in ways that I would never have experienced otherwise. And Marilyn, when you talk about it's time, if they're looking at somebody to say, I wish somebody would, it was me who said, I wish somebody would talk about impaired driving in our society. And I was part of a movement in Ottawa to get legislation passed that would ensure that we reduce the number of impaired accidents on our roads. There's still lots more to do, but it is time. And if you see an issue, it is your issue, and I would encourage you to get involved. Being self-employed left me a little bit of freedom to explore some of the other areas of life that fascinated me. And I can tell you, when I was 18 and I moved away from home, not having grown up in a political home, I suddenly realized that I was able to vote, but I really didn't know anything about what this meant. So I got involved, and I joined campus clubs when I was at university, and then went on when I moved to Newmarket to get involved in the local riding association. And I soon discovered that being in elected office was something that was compelling for me, and I chose to run for office. I represented Newmarket Aurora for 2 terms. The greatest honor that I could ever have had was being appointed the Parliamentary Secretary for International Development. It gave me the opportunity to travel on behalf of Canada to visit some of the projects we have, but it gave me the opportunity to go to Ghana. And I visited Ghana 3 times. Twice when Shannon and Kofi were living there. Kofi was guest professor at the University of Mining and Technology in Takwa, and Shannon was a teacher in one of the local schools. But it did give me an opportunity to see, first of all, some of the needs, secondly, some of the enormous successes. And I was so impressed with what was happening in the country of Ghana to see that the economy was beginning to grow at an incredible rate, and that the changes that were being made there on behalf of their citizens were astronomical. And it is my belief that as Ghana continues to be a country of focus for Canadian development dollars, that we need to partner together and find those areas that are going to be the first successes, so that we can build on those successes and just we can make those things become exponential. Because what all of us want to see, every one of us wants to see, growth and development for our kids, for our grandkids, for our sisters. You know, the best thing I can tell people about being involved is to take a look at the civil society organizations around you. Take a look and see that there are Rotary clubs and Lions clubs and Optimist clubs. There are your church groups. There are women's groups, all of them who need leadership. And that's what we're called to do. We are called to be leaders in our communities so that we can better society around us. I was just having a conversation with Dickie earlier, and we were talking about how fragile democracy is and how each of us has a responsibility to ensure that we don't ever let that slip away. So if we're going to help countries grow, we need to be strong here in Canada. We need diaspora groups to help us, both at the federal and the provincial levels, to know what's needed in the diaspora. How can we help the diaspora become integrated parts of our communities? How can we get the diaspora to join the Lions Club, join the Optimist clubs? I know so many of you are involved in church, and I will tell you from my own experience that church is probably one of the best things we can do, and I am very thankful for the upbringing that my parents gave me, because it is my North Star, and I am honored to be here in the Presbyterian Church with you today. It really is wonderful that they've opened the doors to the Ghanaian community to have us here. But our second lady talked earlier about nation building. And that's what we need you to be. We need you to be nation builders here in Canada and be able to take that message to be nation builders in Ghana as well. I will just say, you know, that we all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. If we have time for our questions, we'll talk a little bit about my mother. I stand on the shoulders of my mother. And I stand on the shoulders of those women who came behind us and paved the way for us to have the opportunities for education, the opportunities for career, the opportunities to participate and be leaders in our society. So I just urge every one of you to think on this quote that is one of my favorites from Thomas Edison, who said that most of us miss opportunity because it usually wears overalls and looks like hard work. Well, let's put on the overalls. Let's roll up those sleeves and let's get busy, because yes, it's hard work, but the rewards at the end of it are nothing short of miraculous. Thank you for having me here.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was really awesome. And that is another perspective that we are adding to our toolboxes. Thank you very much, Honorable Lois. We really appreciate you. Now, all that we have discussed as women and what we aspire to, if we don't have good mental health and we are not of sound mind and at peace with our spirits, it's very difficult to find the motivation for us to do these things that we dream about and achieve the things that we want to. So, Mami, we invite you to talk to us about the issues that face us as a community when it comes to mental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I had to pull it down because I'm kind of short, but I promise, I know I'm the last speaker, I'm not going to take long because that would be a negative impact on your mental health. So I would try to condense everything. Hello, renowned dignitaries and diplomatic guests. Our notable guest of honor, Her Excellency SAMIRA BAWUMIA, eminent chiefs, religious and community leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mama Dahir, a socio-economic research analyst with the Government of Canada, and I am extremely elated to be talking to you about a pertinent, important topic such as post-COVID health and mental health and the role of the women in the Ghanaian community. But today, the most important thing I want you to remember is that your health is better than your wealth. I know some of you are looking at me like, huh? And the Akan proverb, there's a proverb that says, "Wapon mudeng eyesin ahunya." So it's very important that I'm going to elaborate on how your health really is more valuable. Today, my discussion is ideally going to center on the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of Ghanaian women in Canada. And I'll also make 3 key recommendations on how we can unite as a community, how we can, address some of these mental health issues that are persistent within our community. If there is anything that COVID taught us, it is that life is precious. Life is fleeting. Life is unprecedented. Many of us witnessed how the COVID-19 just ransacked many countries. We saw that universal health coverage was put to a halt. We saw an exponential increase in mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, to mention but a few. I checked the statistics today, and approximately 6,480,000 people have died from COVID. Now, that's not just the millions of people, but that is millions of families who have lost a loved one and have been impacted by COVID. Now, when we normally think about igniting the Ghanaian diaspora dream, we immediately think of the American dream. We think of things like our family. We think of income. We think of how we can work hard. We think of, okay, that should be, I die in Ghana, not me to Canada because I will have too much. We think of how we're going to support our family back home. But how many times have you sat down to ask yourself how good health and well-being can actually be the Ghanaian diaspora dream? Many of us don't think about that. Immediately we think of income and how we can better support ourselves. And I want that to be at the back of your mind today, that improving your health is not just physical, it's also mental, it's psychological, it's social. And how can you actually eat the fruit of your labor when you're in poor health? I just want to leave you with a few statistics that approximately 18.6 Black women in Canada have the highest rates of unemployment. 1.5 million Canadian women lost their jobs during the pandemic. And we see that they had to carry the financial burden on themselves, on their families. And normally we have accustomed ourselves to this norm that just because we are women, we have to carry a lot. As a founder and executive director of the Power of Love Foundation Canada, which is a grassroots initiative I initiated, normally anytime I go to Ghanaian women in the community and I try to offer services, resources, mental health information to them, the first thing they tell me is, "Mama, me need mental health too. Me nyafufu bini nkwan bini adrene bini prekese bi wasia. Me okay." And most of us carry that mentality because we ideally think that food can solve all our mental health problems. But it goes beyond that. Mental health is encapsulated with the determinants of health, the personal, the socio-economic, and other environmental factors that can actually impact our well-being. Now, to end, I would like to make 3 key recommendations. And this recommendation goes to women, it goes to our government officials, and it goes to other community programs here. Firstly, to our women, strive to find a support network. Unfortunately, we live in Canada that has a very isolated and individualized mentality. We have this mindset that so we rather stay home. But you will be shocked that once you get yourself involved in programs that GCAO produces, how that boosts up your mental health. Secondly, I would humbly suggest to GCAO if we could have culturally responsive programs, such as monthly babysitting programs for mothers. So a mother can take a weekend off, and then GCAO can provide childcare costs. I'm sure many women here want to get involved in community events, social events, but what's the limitation? Who's going to take care of their kids? So if we have these programs, it will really go a long way. And then lastly, the importance of addressing mental health with a holistic point of view. Many Black people will rather speak to their pastor or their imam about mental health than talk to a physician? So why don't we bring mental health to our religious sectors? Why don't we encourage our spiritual leaders to take on trainings and skills that have to do with psychotherapy? Thank you very much. So now when you go to a pastor, you go to your imam, they're not just telling you to pray your mental health illness off, but what you're doing is giving you a balanced, holistic idea of how to tackle mental health issues. Now today, my discussion was ideally focused on some of the severe impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of Ghanaian women in our community. And the 3 recommendations I made were such as women finding a good support group, GCAO and other community groups having culturally responsive programs, as well as addressing mental health holistically. I want to leave you with something I saw in the news yesterday. Apparently, a lot of physicians and nurses are quitting their jobs because they feel that they have poor mental health. So I look at you, so with Dr. Kra quitting the job, but how much more us? Then it means it's quite imperative that we take care of our mental health. I want you to remember that life is fleeting, life is unexpected, life is precious. So your health is better than your wealth. Thank you very much. My name is Mamadi here.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to all our speakers? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to respect our time and the fact that we've been here long. And even though we had planned to do a question and answer and interactive session, I think we're going to take that online as an association. So we will plan to have these wonderful presenters come online and we continue our conversation from there. Does that sound like a good plan? Okay, awesome. So I am entreating you when I send the invitation, please accept it. So with that done, we're going to end here and I'm going to hand over to our able, is it this one? No? All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's give all our speakers a huge round of applause. And you know, sitting here and listening to our speakers, listening to HE, listening to our second lady, I couldn't be more proud to be a Ghanaian woman. You know, to be a Ghanaian in the diaspora, to be a Ghanaian who has participated in community for the longest time, way back with Nadia. It is nice to know how far we've come, isn't it, Nadia? It is very, very nice. There was a time when we just ran around, but today there is structure and we're going forward. It doesn't mean those who came ahead of us didn't do a good job. It doesn't mean some of us who put ourselves into it at a young age didn't do a good job. We did the best we could. And that best that we could has brought us this far, where today we have structure. And you know, I always say to people, you don't need 1 million people to have success. You need the right people. And for a person like myself, who has a charity that currently now has about 300 children in Ghana that we do reading and various programs with, here in Canada, where we work with women on different levels, I am telling you that I am filled with honor. I am filled with inspiration. I am filled with energy. Why? Because I've listened to what the First Lady has talked about, some of the work that she's done. For what each one of you have said, a little bit of you have filled my cup. And so I can go out there and fill other people's cups. And I hope that each one of us here, we may not be many, but if each one of us go out and fill another person's cup, we'll go a very long way. So let's honor ourselves with another round of applause. As you can see, like I said, today we're clapping till the cows come home, and then we'll continue tomorrow. All right, so at this time, we're going to call on Nana Ya Yeboah, our one and only truly Obasima poet. Sister, come and tell us. Come and break it down for us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'll go. Amen. Amen. It is my honor to be called here. And before I begin, I humbly respect and I acknowledge all our dignitaries. The last time I saw Mrs. SAMIRA BAWUMIA was at Holy Child 95. Yes, I was the MC there. We did our, speech and prize giving day, that is right. Yes, so good to see you in my other homeland here in Canada. Welcome. I was going to do 2 poems, but since time is of the essence, I will shorten one of them up. And all the panelists, thank you so much. It's like I needed to be here to hear what you said. Yes, I'm one of the nurses that decided to take a 2 years hiatus from my full-time position at Hamba Hospital because of my mental health, and I'm glad I did that. Thank you. And for your support, I'm a labor and delivery nurse. Let's get in touch, and I can support you in what you're doing in Ghana as well. Liberating. As I grow older, I have learned to talk slowly. Be slow to anger, laugh a lot, become more sensual. You see, when you grow older and your skin is no longer what it used to be, supple and firm to touch, when your breasts raise with gravity to beseech your bosom, and your blossoms like the leaves fall slowly, when you are called mother, auntie, grandma by those you did not birth, you worry less about what people think of you. You flow with the ebbs of life's changing season. That is liberating. Thank you. So when I was called by Miss Juliet and said, "Mommy, we are doing this. You got to do your thing." Listen, I am humbled because of my community, my Ghanaian community, that I still do this. And I still do this even in Ghana, doing literary works with children. And a recent play production at Kolegono Public Library for the children there, Akwili. So this is my prayer for you, Ghanaian women, Black women, women of the world. Yes, titi wobika, titi wobichre. The past has much to say. The past has much to teach. Black women dream. See, I dream of a life of peace, dream of fortitude and tranquility. I dream of leadership and prosperity, integrity and respect. I dream of a world of acceptance, a world of care for us, for our children. Dream of an impossible dream, carted on the wings of hope, imbued with the spice of faith.
Sometimes our dreams may dry up and loosen in the sands of the Sahara. Wherever the wind blows and we settle, we fertilize the wetland with knowledge and wisdom. Like palm fronds waiting to be woven, we gather our dreams and weave our baskets to the future. This, I say, is in this land where Black women, Black people were reviled and cursed. Let it be a limitless cascade of blessings, far and beyond, like the lakes that soak up the land. So that when they come, whoever that they are, let the story be told of us, Black women with wings, nestled and rooted on this land, in this earth, widespread, soaring high like eagles, breathing fire that creates and destroys. We are here to stay. So fortune is told that a fortune is sold. If fortune stumbled, a fortune is held. See, many on this earth did not hear the stories told by the firelight under the moonlight, with fireflies displaying their beauties. That when a soul is born female, the world is birthed with her. Within the womb, she is formed. From the womb, we are birthed, from the darkness that gives meaning to light. We strive to bring the world into view. We carve a place and make a space in it for ourselves. We begin with no silver spoons, yet we delight in our broken calabashes and hoes for survival. We are nature's versions of existence. We push forward, we bend in storms, but we do not break. We transform to adjust. When the world pushes us to break us, picking cotton, making babies, sacrificing ourselves, we stay unshakable. When fogs of pain cloud our vision, clarity shows up in the space of hope. Giving in or letting go, in the mist, when the sun breaks through, a rainbow of hope is revealed. The song of Black womanhood. When the mighty sun has gone to sleep and the soft and gentle moon lights your path, tell our country people, Ghanaian women are not asleep. African women are not asleep. We were put to slumber. We took a nap. We are here. We are weak now. When the heaviness is now wiped from our eyes to rekindle the fires of our mother's heath, we are out to catch the dreams stolen across the wide seas. We are here to anchor the strength of our children. We are here not for pity, because we are aware of the blood that flows through our veins. We know the voices that speak through us. We are the dawn and the days of our souls. Our spirits and those of our ancestors are with us. We do not stand alone. We do not stand alone. So we dream the impossible dream. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nana Yeboah. Let's give her a good round of applause. This woman, she truly dreams. She truly dreams, and I'm proud of her. I am very proud of her. And here's an ode to us women as we come to the end of the day. Phenomenal women. Pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model's size, But when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say, it's in the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman. That's me. I walk into a room just as cool as you please. And to a man, the fellows stand or fall down on their knees. Then they swarm around me, a hive of honeybees. And I say, it's in the fire in my eyes and the flash of my teeth. It's in the swing of my waists and the joy of my feet. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman. Now, men themselves have wondered what they see in me. They try so much, but they can't touch my inner mystery. When I try to show them, they say they still can't see. I say, it's in the arch of my back, the sun of my smile, the ride of my breasts, the grace of my star. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman. That's me. Now you understand just why my head's not bowed. I don't shout or jump about or have to talk real loud. When you see me passing, it ought to make you proud. I say, it's in the click of my heel, the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, the need for my care. Because I'm a woman, phenomenally. Respond, phenomenal woman. And guess what? That's me. Thank you very much. I was looking for a poem that will break it down. That will break it down from the richest woman to the poorest woman, from the happiest woman to the saddest woman, to the woman who has endured to the point where she thought she would break, but she didn't, because she is what? A phenomenal woman. And this is to all of us. Thank you all so much. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. And at this point, we'll call on our one and only Mr. Dodu, the man who is driving this thing. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. As he comes up, and then after him, we'll call on Miss Priscilla. So Miss Priscilla, make your way here. And then we shall bring this to a close, but only for a few hours, because it's happening tomorrow. Don't forget.
Claudette, do you mind to come to the front with me for a minute? And Juliet, if you're here, what is Juliet? And Miss Maud, where are you? Maud, where is she? Okay. And I think Mrs. Akamori, I think she's sitting over there as well. Dr. Akamori. So I think I'm calling these women because to me, I'm an outlier here. Today, the event has been about women. So really, I didn't even want to be here at all. But before I say anything, I just want to express our profound appreciation to the Second Lady, Her Excellency, Mrs. SAMIRA BAWUMIA. Let's give her that kind of ovation. You know, listening to that woman, and you guys recall 4 years ago, 2018, she was invited to come to Toronto for Ntuma Dance. And she captivated all of us. by her intelligence, her articulation, and her inspiration. And 2 years ago, Nadia and I can't say enough about Nadia. Sometimes when I think about our community in the context of the diaspora programs, she and I will go through it. What can we do for our community? And she always makes sure that Toronto, Canada is always on the map in Ghana. Thank you, Nadia, for doing that. You know, it is unprecedented for us to have the president of Ghana come to Canada twice within his tenure, and that happened under the watch of Nadia. Sometimes you might not know what happened behind the scene to get these things organized. Also, getting our very inspiring second lady to come to Toronto twice in the last 5 years. That is a huge accomplishment. And we should be very proud and very honored to have this happening in our community. Today, we listen to powerful women speaking to all of us. I think these speeches have been taped. We will share it with the young ladies in the community. We share it with the women in the community, not only in the, even beyond our community. In fact, I want to say that these talks, I will call them Ghana Talks. You know, we have TED Talks. This one, I call it Ghana Talks. The power of what you spoke today, to me, inspired me. And I call these women here because, to me, those I'm serving, I can't even serve our community without these powerful women. You know, Juliet is my vice president on the GCO side. Claudette, powerful, smart woman. She, you know, flew from Fort Memorial, Edmonton, for this event. That is, you know, Claudette. Then Maud, I call her an energizer. She's always on the move. She works, you know, in Sunnybrook, a nurse. But sometimes I don't know how she does it. She gets home in the night, in the morning. Then she's on the move. She never sleeps. And she has children. And she also an aging mother as well. That is what these people do. And I have, of course, the great woman here, Anna Edu, and she's doing great work. There are other women here too who have always been supporting this work community. Lawyer Janet, I can't thank you enough. When I'm in crisis, some of the things happen, legal thing, I call him in the night, and she said, Mr. D, I'll get you some answer. And she does that all the time. I want to say that we are celebrating women. This is the first women conference. It's going to be a lot of it coming. And we couldn't have had a better guest of honor than the second lady of Ghana. And not an ordinary second lady, because she's just not a, and I always wondered that if we never had Dr. BAWUMIA as a vice president, how could we have even discovered this powerful woman? I always wondered. But she's an accomplished woman in her own right. And that's amazing. You know, so thank you so much for making it here. Of course, we have our HE. This is the first time we have a businessman and a banker who is our High Commissioner. And we are so proud to have you, sir, and that you are trailblazing the business in our community. So I just want to thank you all. Wonderful day. And, you know, I was talking about, I wanted Dr. Akamori to come here, but he's sitting there. But she's amazing. She's just finished her doctorate degree. And in the night while she's presenting her thesis, she was still working on this program. All the great women over here, I want to thank you so much for everything what you've done. The GCO women, you know yourself, Munira and all of you, Mrs. You know, Auntie Boche, trailblazing the seniors, she's there. And T. Harriet, you know, you are all there. So great job. Tomorrow we're going to celebrate our second lady. And I want all of you to come for that event. Tomorrow, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. For all the great things she's done for us. And let's inspire the next generation of women in our community. I want to thank you. And may God bless you, take you home safely until we meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodo. I think we can give him a stronger round of applause. for all the work that he does. I keep saying to him, he cannot quit today or tomorrow. We will have to prop him up until we're world-renowned Ghanaian community. Whatever we have to do, all the herbs in the world, he has to drink it. He has to drink it. All the therapy, physical therapy, emotional therapy, mental therapy, because he's not going anywhere. Another round of applause for Mr. Dodu, please. And at this point, we'll call on Miss Priscilla, another one of our youth leaders, who's truly doing the Ghanaian woman thing with her baby on her back.
Well, indeed, because I am a phenomenal woman. This afternoon, we are here to just give thanks and appreciation to everyone here. And we would like to start off by giving our guest of honor, a wonderful, beautiful, Her Excellency, SAMIRA BAWUMIA. Can we please give her a round of applause? We admire you, we watch you from afar, and we're taking after you. And so keep going and keep doing what you're doing, because we're following right behind you. Auntie and Sister Nadia, we appreciate you, and honorable and all distinguished guests. We would like to acknowledge His Excellency Aslam Sowa, Ghana's High Commissioner to Canada, who's in Ottawa. I don't know if he is here. If you are, we give you acknowledgement and we thank you for your presence here. Honorable Alexander Ben Akwa, Deputy Counsel General, Ghana Council of Toronto. That's my main guy. Mr. Akwa, we appreciate you. And we also would like to honor our Chair, Charmaine Williams, Associate Minister, Women Affairs Canada, as well Mayor Diane Theron, Peterborough, Value Partners, the City of Toronto officials, Honorable Lois Brown, former MP, Aurora and Newmarket. You are most welcome, madam. We appreciate you. And knowing that you have a son-in-law who's Ghanaian, you are full-fledged Ghanaian. All right. And I'm looking forward to that jollof rice, and I will give you my recipe. We'll talk. And we go on to honor Miss Claudette Opoku Achampong, Miss Marilyn Raphael, all invited guests, community organizers and leaders, panel presenters, which was phenomenal and great, religious leaders, all of our chiefs, Nananum, Queen Mothers, and Cultural Association and elders. Of course, our GCAO executive, our president, Mr. Duadu, our VP 1 and 2, we appreciate you, and all of the women's wing who have put this wonderful event together, all media, and all of you who are here, distinguished guests, we appreciate you and we thank you. And we say this is not the first and it's certainly not going to be the last. We'll meet again. Many blessings. Thank you.
Let's give her a round of applause, please. And you know, from me to our honorable second lady, your story, because you know, not many people will know everything you've talked about today. But so for some of us who watch every day, it is good to know the work that you do behind the scenes, because then it encourages some of us when it gets too hard to know that one of us is out there doing a good job and we should keep it up. So congratulations on the work you do, you've done before and now, and we know that even after you will continue, because once you touch one woman's life, it's like a disease. You can't stop. I feel it every day. So we bless you and we thank you. Nadia, congratulations for how far you've come, the work that you've done, how you continue to impact our lives. And Miss SAMIRA, don't forget the fashion style. Come on, we've been watching you. So keep up the good work, all of you, and we will all do our best. So we'll call the Ghana ladies to usher our lady out. So if you can all come here, come down here, so that the Ghana ladies, so that we can definitely usher Our Lady out nicely like the Zumunta ladies did. Because she belongs to all of us, don't you? She belongs to all of us. Oh, and don't forget tomorrow, please call a friend to buy a ticket. So that we can enjoy ourselves tomorrow.
I'm a girl when you're what to my